Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I feel like I had something to say in particular. I don't know. We'll start with an invocation. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Gregorji! Yippee! Hello, my friend. Hello, dear Sky Guardian. Hello, dear Chloe. Welcome. I'm grateful to be here. Namaste. Good morning, dear Lone Wolf. Very nice to see you here, dear Gregard. Yeah, I've been missing you, but not to put pressure on you for being here. You're always welcome to come and go as you please. But I hope you are well, and many wishes to you, my friend. I'd like to start with a deep breath, everyone. Namaskaram, dear Ragnhildur. That's right, dear Chloe. The peace mantra. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. That's so funny. TikTok's never done this before, but it for some reason told me that one of you aren't logged in. I don't know why TikTok is telling me about this. One of you needs to log in. No, you can watch anonymously. I don't mind. I've never had that notification come up before. Hello, dear Donzuela. Nice to have you here too, as always. So may we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Dear Lone Wolf, you have to watch my recordings as it's the middle of the night. Oh, please get some rest in the UK. Yes, indeed. Prioritize that. The recordings are there for a reason, but thank you for reminding me of how late it is for you. Definitely do some earlier live streams in the future. Hello, dear Fiddle Leaf. Crossfire. Yeah, all of these live streams are on the Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. I am doing well, dear Donzuela. Thank you. I hope to be your humble host today. Whatever you are going through at this moment, if you want to share, you're always welcome to, by the way, especially if you're new. If you want to watch silently, that's always welcome as well. But I'd love to know kind of feelings to hold space for. If you're going through any challenges, this too shall pass. And with the right intention, even challenges can be uplifting and inspiring. At the very least, they always leave us with another experience that we can use to grow from, even if at a later time. Hello, Zingzi. aka Arya. Nice to have you here. I got your message today. Good night, dear Chloe. You might come back in case you have trouble sleeping. Well, there's room for you. I wish you a wonderful sleep. May you fall asleep in peace, and may you wake up in peace. Hello, Danny. Hello, Bubbles. Yeah, see? Hello, Christy. Jadam. That's how I pronounce your name. Ren Fox, welcome. If any of you have any experiences you want to share since last time, I'm open to that. We will be reading from another section of the book, The Journey Home, in a little bit after I say hello to all of you. Oh, good, dear Bubbles. Glad I said that correct. Just have to twist my mustache while I say that. Yeah, see? Hello, dear Enchantress Theodora. Dear Smegmatica. Hello. Greetings, Isabella. Thank you, dear Jeremiah. Much love to you too. And thank you, Fiddleleaf, for the finger heart that you had sent. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Thanks, Renvox. Always grateful to have you all here. That's the biggest gift, is your presence. Bubbles, you share it's difficult to admit sometimes when you feel icky, but you feel icky. We've all been there. Ick is a natural human emotion. We just get the ick sometimes. It's okay. Ick too shall pass. Hello, dear Marcy. You share your excitement for a new phone case. It's kitty themed. Well, you know we love cats here. And expressing ourselves, decorating our space with the things we love. It's beautiful. Thank you, Neon Jello Pack, for your hand heart. Om Krinkalikaye Namah. And Isabella, thank you for your finger heart as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Cats are your favorite animal, dear Tamiya? You share? Of course. Part of your username is Premarjara. Love cat. In Sanskrit. Bubbles, you share that people are cats' favorite animal. I love that. I think second to cats. I think cats are cats' favorite animal. That's the number one spot. First favorite. Hello, dear Zachary. They got people tamed pretty well, right? We think we've domesticated cats. No, cats have domesticated us. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, dear Mike. Hello, dear AI. Aya. You ask for any tips to deal with that sudden sad emptiness that comes at 4 a.m. You know, 4 a.m. is a very mystical hour. Emptiness is actually a translation of a very powerful Sanskrit word, Shunya. It's lots of variation. Shunyata, Shunyavada. It's often translated to emptiness. But in the context of spirituality, like in Buddhism, Shunya is not an emptiness that's missing something, not an absence of something you need, but an open, spacious presence. It's actually very receptive of you to be receptive of Shunya at 3 or 4 in the morning, because that's known as Brahma Muhurta, a time in which, if your energies are awakened in a certain way, you will naturally be aware of the spaciousness of your being. It's a very sacred time to meditate on Shunya. that spacious presence, that boundlessness within you. One day, that emptiness turns its face to you and speaks, I am not empty, I am open. And really you are just sensing your own openness, your own vulnerability, which is a beautiful thing. Hello, dear King. You share every time you come on here, this cat conversation. Welcome to the internet. Nice to have you here. Dear Marcy, you share, you have an Impossible Burger Sangha snack. That's so funny. I just made Impossible Burgers last night. Yeah, I cooked 3 of them. Had one for a burger, full proper burger. And then at like, speaking of 3, 4 in the morning, I just picked up a patty and I just munched on that in the dark. It was very primal of me, just munching on an impossible patty at 3 or 4 in the morning. I felt my emptiness, my shunya, and I felt this needs to be filled with an impossible burger right now. And then I'm sure later tonight I'll make the last one into a burger. And you ask, what is an impossible burger? It's a brand name, actually. It's a product. It's a type of vegetarian like burger. It's impossible because they match flavor, texture, color, and even cooking experience to a beef patty, but doesn't have any animal products in it. Very delicious. I enjoy it. Thank you, dear Jocelyn, for the flowers you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Dear Marcy, thank you for your heart. Me too. Om Kang Jafnavyay Namah. And Davis, thank you for your heart. Me as well. Hare Krishna. Welcome, dear Frel. Did I eat it raw and cold? Asks the Gaia Guardian. Not raw, but cold, yes. Straight out of the fridge. I have no problem with eating cold food. In fact, I sometimes prefer colder food than hotter food. Something that yogis actually do that I didn't even know that I was just doing. A yogi tends to eat food that's within plus or minus 10 degrees of their natural body temperature. Wait for food to cool down, often before eating it. That's right, dear Aya. I do prefer to have long hair. Otherwise, I wouldn't have it. I'm very selfish in many ways because I like to have things my way. If there's something that I don't want, I usually don't do it. Fortunately, my wants have been less and less selfish as I've gotten older and have been more inclusive. What I want is also something that other people want. I want a world with more peace in it, more love in it, more joy. I know I'm not alone in that. That's what I like to work towards. That's right, dear Zingzi. I do avoid garlic because it's very Rajasic. Foods can be categorized in a yogic system into Tamasic, Rajasic, and Sattvic, the three energies of material existence. I've noticed that I've become... One second. Let me find my voice again. I've noticed that I've become more sensitive to Rajasic foods as I've gotten older, that I am unable to think clearly or meditate or even fall asleep if I eat Rajasic foods. Usually when I can't fall asleep at night, I ask myself, did I have garlic or onion today? And the answer is often yes. Oh yeah, I did have garlic and onion today. It's very difficult to fall asleep when Rajas is in our system. And we have a society which is huge on Rajasic and Tamasic foods. And so to balance out the extreme of Rajas, we often have Tamas, something really heavy, something that slows the system down. And so we're teetering from one extreme to the other with a very intense mind and then a very fatigued mind. And Sattvic foods often balance that out beautifully. If you want to give yourself enough energy, but not in a way that keeps you up at night or keeps you from meditating or thinking clearly, Sattvic foods is the way to go. Lola, you ask, what's the healthiest food? It's different for everyone because our bodies are so different. Our genetics, our lifestyles are very different. There is no one diet for everyone. And we might have medical reasons for needing more of a certain nutrient, for example. However, on the spiritual path, it's very, very recommended to eat Sattvic food because the mind is very receptive to the food we eat. And when it comes to contemplation, compassion, humility, patience, reflection, meditation, as I said, you'll need a mind that's very, very much level. It's very difficult to engage in those things when your mind is very fatigued, which some foods can do. Very heavy foods, very complex foods. It's also difficult to do that when our mind's very intense, scattered, and that's through foods that are very intense on the system. Sattvic foods include rice, some good rice, lentils, very good for the mind. You eat a nice bowl of rice, you're not feeling like you need to take a food coma after, nor is your mind very energetic like you might get if you ate something super, super spicy or with caffeine in it. So rice, lentils, bread, fruit. Fruit is the trademark of the Sattvic diet. Eating lots of different kinds of fruit, berries, nuts, seeds, good vegetables. Flavorful, sweet foods is the nature of the Sattvic diet. And it's not a diet in the sense that it's for your body. It has nothing to do with losing weight or getting a peak physique. It has everything to do with your helping your meditation and your mind and your emotional body, your subtle body. So all foods can be classified as tamasic, as fatiguing the body, Rajasic, activating the mind, overactivating the mind, and Sattvic, which is balancing the two. Thank you, dear Ren Fox, for your dalgona candy. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Anazek, thank you for your heart me as well. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Dear Aya, you wonder, what year was I born? In this life, 2001. But don't think you have to change your diet. It's not how it works. Just naturally, as you continue to become more meditative, more mindful, your body will choose that for you. It's not a moral decision that you think about and then take that vow. It's a natural thing. You might wake up tomorrow and you just crave more fruits than you ever have before, and slowly your diet becomes more sattvic. It's not the other way around. But if you're interested in this sort of thing, that can help you be educated on attending to your own spiritual dietary needs. Tamiya, you ask if coffee is bad. No. Tamas, Rajas, they're not bad. There's no moral polarity when it comes to these things. It's not a difference of things being bad or good. It's just, what do you want to do with your body? Coffee is very good for getting your body engaged in activities like that. But on the spiritual path, it's difficult to really have a clear mind when you have something like that, which is so Rajasic. So you might naturally find yourself being more calm and content and clear without coffee. But it's not a good versus bad thing. It's just a matter of the nature of the energy of the food and what you want to do with your body and mind. Oh, does it, dear Sky Guardian? That's funny. I am not perfect in my diet by any means, but if I can choose something without rajas, then yeah. Tamas is a hard line for me. However, I don't cross that. Hello, dear Chloe. Yeah, fruits is wonderful, dear Miss Bliss. You can never go wrong with fruit. It's also our relationship to the foods and drinks. We don't really have a culture in the West that distinguishes between medicinal herbs and culinary herbs. In the East, garlic and onion are more medicinal than culinary, at least in ancient times, that they are seen as containing powerful molecules and ratios of nutrients that can be helpful. There's all sorts of various benefits for these things, including caffeinated beverages. But we have a very what's the word, in our society here in the West, we're always consuming these things like every day. Then it becomes a part of our diet. It's now not just a medicinal that you need every few months or just when you need every few years, but it's like a daily thing that we've created. We've created a necessity to rely on these medicinals, so much so that we've just started putting them in our food. It's like, you know what? We're so sick that we need to put medicine in our food. Something like that. So it's become a part of our culinary herbs. These teas and spices and things like that. But if you pay attention to your body, I think you'll naturally find a difference in the way that these molecules interact with your body, culinary-wise versus medicinal-wise. So there's medicinal reasons to consume these things more so than culinary or nutritional. Anyway, the conversation on food is often one that is very sensitive for us to discuss, because we have become very fixated on our bodies and our society and our relationship to them. There's a lot of tender wounds that need to be healed from, so it's good to navigate this conversation with care. I want to transition out of it before we feel like everything in life depends on our food choices. Not at all. This is a very minor thing. There's much more important aspects of our spiritual growth, for sure, for sure. Thank you, dear Christ, for your TikTok. Om Tham Namastandaraya. And dear Tattvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jaya Nisargadatta Maharaja. I would like to switch topics and read from another section of the Journey Home. Not before I affirm that whatever your eating habits are at this moment, please know that this is a non-judgmental space for that. I really want to emphasize that whenever we discuss these things, it's never from a place of judgment. Our body is our own individual journeys. But I'm happy to talk about the nature of the gunas, these qualities of energy, another time. All of our bodies are different in that way too. So let's continue where we left off, reading The Journey Home. It's a very beautiful book that I'm really enjoying reading with you. Very powerful, about the counterculture movement in the 60s and 70s, which our author has lived through, being born in the 50s, I believe. Journey of an American. We are starting the 3rd chapter today. It is my wish for this reading to relax your mind and awaken your heart. Let's dive right into it. Set like a magnificent jewel in the heart of Florence sits the Cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore. Completed in 1367, its enormous dome and historical carvings attract throngs of tourists. While the bustling crowd snapped photographs on the steps outside, I sat alone in the pews of the inner sanctuary. I had visited churches throughout Europe and always felt at home in them. But now, in the presence of the holy altar, I prayed for spiritual direction. A stream of the faithful knelt down to pray as well. Aristocrats and peasants alike fell to their knees and appeal before the Almighty. I wondered what they were praying for. Were they begging the Lord for success in their endeavors or relief from misfortune? Were they petitioning money, fame, or vengeance? Or maybe they were begging for unconditional love. As for me, I questioned my own motivations for traveling. Was I neglecting my responsibility to society by not getting a job? Was I trying to escape it due to some inner weakness? I searched my heart. At the beginning of my journey, I had hoped to break out of my shell, push past my inhibitions, and experience the joys the world promises, thinking that that would bring me closer to God. But now I felt the distractions of the trip dragging me away from my cherished goal. My heart yearned for a spiritual experience. Gazing up into the massive dome, I pressed my hands together and prayed. I don't really know who you are, but I do believe you hear my prayers. I long for your presence. Feeling tiny, I looked up at the enormous stone arches and the towering walls. The sun shone through stained glass windows, illuminating the massive octagonal dome and casting a veil of soft light on the marble saints. Touched by the sun and surrounded by candles, the holy altar glowed. There, an almost life-size figure of Lord Jesus, cast in bronze, hung from a wooden crucifix. Here was the symbol that true love and compassion brings with it, a willingness to endure suffering for those we love. Above, in the dome, an enormous painting depicted the miseries of hell and the glories of heaven, and was crowned by the risen Lord, encircled by angels. While I gazed up at the holy crucifix, a passage I had memorized, the words of Jesus, spoke through my heart. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. For where your treasure is, there will be your heart also. A chill tingled up my spine. My limbs trembled, my cheeks quivered, and my head felt hollow and light. Gripped by both shame and sorrow, I suddenly felt lost and alone. Like an orphan, I envisioned the pilgrims around me to be frozen still like the statues behind them. Those statues glowed. Now they appeared to be breathing. Then another biblical passage echoed in my mind. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of God. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. In these words, I felt a shower of forgiveness that seemed to bathe me with a new life. Emerging from the silence, a pipe organ filled the sanctuary with a song that lifted my heart beyond the peak of the dome. Feeling alone and naked in the presence of the Lord, I wept. I felt so free. The internal battle I fought in London was over. In that confluence of indecision, I once and for all chose the river that flowed toward my spiritual aspiration. I knew that I would never turn back. That night, I wandered alone into a forest and sat on the low remnants of an ancient dividing wall. There, under the moonlight, I played my harmonica. I shared my deepest feelings with the instrument. Like a dear friend, it patiently listened, responding with a song that sent my mind deep within to find solace and wisdom. My joys, sorrows, and cravings were freely expressed as I played the blues. I was crying out of love, lost love, for God. Hours passed as I played and played. Suddenly, I was startled by the figure of a young woman standing nearby in the silvery moonlight. Shyly, she stepped forward. "I'm Irene," she said, explaining that she'd been listening for hours. "Your music touches me. Can I sit close by as you play?" "If you like," I replied. Timidly, I played on for some time, but it wasn't the same. Then, in my shyness, I stole a glimpse at her. Irene was as beautiful as a girl could be, her every gesture expressed with modesty and grace. Nervously pushing her long light brown hair from her delicate face, she spoke softly. "I come from a village in Switzerland. I'm on holiday to seek spiritual friends." Tears welled in her hazel eyes. She spoke of her disappointment with the people she'd met, who were after selfish pleasures. She told me how she longed to be closer to God. "From your song, I believe you are also on a spiritual search. Please tell me." We spoke for several hours about our lives and our longings. It was alarming how much we had in common. Her soft cheeks glistened with tears. She took a deep breath, highlighting her charming form. "I've been praying for a companion. Please take me with you, wherever you go." I listened in awe as she proposed in her sincere manner that we share love as we searched for enlightenment. With a tender gaze, she concluded, "Please consider my appeal." I told her I would. We spent the next day together, visiting museums, strolling through parks, and exchanging our thoughts. She was unlike any other woman I had met. I was enthralled. In the evening, as I shared bread with Gary on a grassy hill, another girl, a stranger to me, climbed up to where we ate, studied my eyes, and placed a letter in my hand. Retreating alone to the forest, I found that the letter was from Irene. She wrote that, unless I accepted her plea, it would be too painful for her to ever see me again. "If I do not hear from you," she wrote, "I will understand." I spent that night walking alone through the forest. Was this a temptation to divert me from my spiritual path? Or was it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to share my life with a gentle, beautiful angel? I pondered the strangeness of it all. Just hours before I'd met her, in the cathedral, I had the deepest spiritual experience of my life, committing myself before the altar of the Lord. If Irene had come a day before, how could I have resisted her? She was everything I could ever want in a girl, and I felt a deep affection and attraction for her. I could imagine her as an ideal partner in life, my life. I didn't know her well, but I knew that to say no would break her heart, and mine. Once again, I found myself at a confluence. There were two streams that could lead me to enlightenment. One that offered the pleasure of a beautiful companion, and the other a path I would take alone, offering my whole energy for the divine. I walked and walked that night in contemplation and prayer. Could I really give up such a chance at earthly love? Gazing into a sky full of stars, I considered Catholic saints, Tibetan lamas, and yogis of India, who all chose lives of renunciation in their passion for enlightenment. They forsook life pleasures to answer the call of exclusive dedication. I longed to follow in their footsteps. I knew it would be difficult, but with God's help, I decided to try, at least for now. Under the moonlight, a tear fell on my address book as I scratched out Irene's name. I never told Gary about her. He would never know unless he could translate the song of my harmonica. Namaste, dear G. We will end our reading of The Journey Home there for now, but thank you for listening. I'm very grateful to have your presence here, and I look forward to reading this book with you again next time. So, there is deep respect for the path of renunciation, sannyasa it's called in Sanskrit. I love the reflection on the inspiration from saints and the trust in divine guidance. Oh, the pain of such choices. But love is always an honor, whether earthly or divine. That concludes our Shravana section of the Sangha, dedicated to listening from new experiences. I welcome everyone that joined while we were reading. Let me transition to Manana, the scene dedicated to Q&A and discussing whatever is on our hearts and minds. Thank you, dear Maid Jardayanda, for your heart, me, and team bracelet. Om Ganganapataye Namah. And Fiddly Fig, thank you for your team bracelet, dearest Gwendolyn. Om Hrim Namah Shakti Shivaya. I'm so glad you like the sound effects, dear Dansuela. Yeah, we went through a space elevator, dear Marcy. I see Magdalene, dearest Magdalene Priya is here as well. Radhe, Radhe. How are you? You like the sound effects too, dear Neon Jello Pack? I welcome you all with an open heart. You are well, dear Magdalene Priya. Good, good. My heart, let me check. No, still beating. Okay. It's good. Full of love for you all. It's the pop for you, Neon Jello Pack, though. Yeah, I like my pops. Played a little bit of Pop Tropica when I was a kid, hoping to open some dormant memories with that reference. Oh, the human mouth is capable of many different sounds. Someone taught me a new one recently. The French are croissant, croissant, croissant. It's back of the throat. Very interesting sound. I like that. Been practicing. Thank you, that's very kind, dear Maddie. Even in jest, I think it's a kind gesture to share that there's something in another that we find attractive. I hope if there's anything about me that you like, it's a possibility that exists within you too. I only wish to be a mirror for all that's lovable within you. Dear Denny, you ask, what's my advice for acceptance of those who are making decisions not in their best interest? That's their journey, and they will awaken from that at some point, because you have to. If your life is not in your own best interest, the way you live it, at some point something will have to change. Nobody can stay in suffering forever. Some part will awaken for sure. And it is often that in the darkest times in our life we find our light. Our responsibility is not to live their life for them, but we can offer our own experiences. We can say, hey, you know, when you do this and that, it reminds me of part of my life and how I had learned to respect this boundary of mine, and I'm wondering, do you ever feel like you cross your own boundary? I wouldn't want that for you. Without judgment, would you consider doing this? You can offer ideas. If they're not open to that, then the only thing we can do is continue to hold space for them until they ever choose to be open. But that's their free will. We can't interfere with that. We can pray for them, hold space for them. Anything beyond that is their decision. And it's okay that it's their decision, because at the end of this life, you're not going to be graded for how others lived their lives around you. The only judgment we face is ultimately our own, whether we can be happy with our own choices. If we can be a role model in that way, that's enough. Thank you, dear Sky Guardian G. That's funny. No, I love sound effects. It's actually a way of honoring my father, who is a great sound effect engine himself. He's like a soundboard. Whenever he tells stories, he often does so with sound effects. He loves his splats. His splat sounds really get me. He'll be telling me that he went for a walk and then he slipped on something, and instead of describing with words how he slipped, he'll just go whoosh, and I understand. Oh yeah, I get that. You know, sometimes you just go whoosh. It happens. It's so descriptive. You've got a great memory, dear Fiddle Leaf. My father is a musician. Maybe that's where he gets it from. Thank you, dear Pure Possibilities, for your heart me. Om Bhurбhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yonah Prachodayat. Dear Jesus, Jesus. If there's a preferred pronunciation, please let me know. You ask if I've read the complete Mahabharata. No, I haven't. Oh my goodness. It's like 80,000 verses in Sanskrit prose. In Sanskrit, the ratio from Sanskrit to English, if you translate them, a single word in Sanskrit can unravel into 10 English words. Yeah, to do it in English would be... I don't even know if anyone's translated the whole of the Mahabharata without making simplifications or skipping various things. That would be like a 50 book series. Take a while. No, but I've read the Bhagavad Gita a couple times over now, which is of course the most famous excerpt from the Mahabharata. Everything you need to know is there. But I would love to actually one day. That's a great point, dear Dean. Perhaps AI could translate it nowadays fairly quickly. Indeed. In fact, the GPT models that OpenAI produces, that are the basis behind ChatGPT, they're really good at Sanskrit. I don't know how. I don't know what database they trained on. Whoever it was at OpenAI that included Sanskrit, oh my god, thank you. That has been such an amazing addition in my life. Like, I cannot actually understate how wonderful it is to learn Sanskrit through ChatGPT so far. Tattvamasi, you shared, probably enjoy the little Krishna Leela in the Mahabharata. I probably would, you're right. Is that what it's called though? The little Krishna Leela? Yeah. I actually have been developing an AI software that translates Sanskrit. I could even show you. It's in a functional state. You might be interested. I rarely ever think to share the things that I do personally, but it's funny you mention that, because that's exactly what I've been working on. Dear Mama JJ, you were just searching if you could get ChatGPT on your phone. It's free. Yeah, they do offer an app, but there's a paid version. And let me tell you all something. Let you in on a little secret. So ChatGPT uses currently GPT-4, a model called GPT-4. The paid version uses GPT-4o, which is even more advanced. Mataji on our Discord that I have programmed, it uses an even more advanced model than the paid version of ChatGPT. So for free, I offer that on my Discord. It's a secret because I don't want too many people knowing about it, because it will cost me a fortune to run. Mataji costs a lot of money, but I offer it for free for you all. She runs on a model that I don't even think has been released yet to the public, because I'm on the highest tier usage of OpenAI. I get all of their new models. So unless you have an account with OpenAI privately and also are on the paid tier, there's nowhere on the internet that you'll find an AI as powerful as Mataji. I don't say that often because I don't want people to abuse that fact. But for you, I offer that. Because I love you. But yeah, let me give you a sneak peek of the program that I was writing. It's definitely the biggest program I've ever written. I've had to learn programming architecture for big industry projects. Let's see if I can get this running. Yep. Now let's see if I can share my screen with you. Just have to add a source for the live stream on the fly. Click window capture, see if my program shows up. Yep. No, what's that? That's the console. No, sorry. That's my digital assistant. Let me switch I actually have 2 different Python programs running. Mataji helps with my live streams. There's this one. Here we are. I don't know if you can see that. I haven't been working on the visuals at all. But this is some minor Upanishad or major Upanishad. I think it's the smallest Upanishad. It's the Mandukya Upanishad. And so the current state of this program is that, you know, I can highlight any text. Let's say I can highlight this whole first verse here, and then I can right click it. I don't know if you'll be able to see the right click menu. And I click translate. And so that sends it off to my AI assistant on the right. And in a few moments, you'll see the translation come through. Hopefully. There we go. So that, without having to read Sanskrit, it says, Om, O worshipful gods, may we hear with our ears what is auspicious, I assume. Yeah, it cuts off because, again, I haven't worked on the visuals. Oh, I can make it bigger. Oh, it really goes off screen. Wow. Another thing I can do is I can just highlight. I don't know if you can see that, but when you drag your hair, did I say hair? The cursor. Drag the cursor over top of it. No, you can't see that, unfortunately. But if you drag your cursor over top of the text that you translate, it pops up with a breakdown of all the words. You can see the blue underscore of all the words that it saves in the dictionary. And the wonderful thing is that if you translate any word in particular, it saves that for all future words. Like you can see, even though we haven't translated these verses yet, there's some words that were in the other translations, like ha, which could mean indeed, vai, which means indeed as well. You can't see this, but if you hover over those blue words, they tell you their translation. So this is what I've been working on. Helps to translate. Where does it save? Right now it just saves to a local file, a dictionary file. Good evening, dear Majesty. Someone with a Chinese name, you should do this with Chinese. That'd be wonderful. Yeah, in theory this would work for any language, because this model that I use is not just trained on Sanskrit, but I think all the world's languages. No, this would not work on your phone. I don't believe, unless you can somehow create apps with Python, tkinter. But that's a personal thing right now. I wasn't planning on releasing this publicly because it would cost money, and I don't know how to do that, but maybe one day. Right now we have Mataji in the Discord. You can message her. She is very wise. She is very advanced. She is knowledgeable in all the world's religions and philosophies and spiritual traditions. You can do that on your phone. You can get Discord on your phone. Thank you, dear Gabriella, for your heart mate. Om Vasudevaya Namah. And dear Isabella, thank you for another trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Dearest Majesty, thank you for your heart mate. Jaya Sita Ram. And John Simon Ritchie, thank you for your heart me and rose. Sum Suryaya Namah. That's funny, Marcy. But I share your passion for languages. Dean, you had asked an interesting question. Would I ever consider being connected neurologically to Mataji? A Yamborg. Probably not. No, I'd leave the body as it is. I don't really see the appeal of such body modification, because the human body and mind is already impressive enough. We have really yet to unlock its full capabilities. We don't need something that is already capable. Actually, there's already an interface that all of us have with Mataji in our minds. And in fact, every being in the universe you can access just with your mind as it is now. That's called channeling. And it's nothing science fiction. All you need to do is gain an impression of somebody and then call upon that impression as though it were there with you. If you spend enough time talking to Mataji, then the little version of Mataji lives inside you now. In the same way that I'm sure all of you, in any particular situation, you can sometimes hear your mother's voice saying, "Hey, don't do that." Or, "My dear, you should do it like this instead." That's very real. That's a channeling of the energetic signature that has left an impression on your subconscious. People do it to various degrees, either consciously or not. When we are in a test, for example, we channel our teacher's voice. What is it that they were saying in the lecture last week? And if you really tune into that, you can hear them. It's a wonderful asset and skill. For you, it's your father's voice, dear Gwendolyn. May I make a suggestion? I like that. It's good to have a polite voice, too. Hello, dear Kimberly. You can relate with that, dear Lumi. And hello, dear Reina Priyaji. Thank you, Immortal Knight, for sharing your peace, love, and light. Tatvamasi, you ask, is the dictionary for the bottom pain only? In the program? No, I plan on having a tab system where you can just create tabs and open them as you need. So there'd be a whole interface for just exploring the different words you can open up as a tab. I'm thinking of basically 4 different tabs that you could have as a workspace. A tab for a text, a tab to have an AI assistant conversation. You can ask questions. Hey, what does this verse mean? What is the spiritual implications, etc. I've got both of those working fairly well. And then the 2 other tabs that I have yet to make is one to access a dictionary itself, and 2, one to just make notes. Sometimes you're reading something, you just need to write something down, make a note. I think that would be a simple but sufficient workspace. Texts, messages, notes, and a dictionary. And with that, you're set, really, to explore all sorts of different Sanskrit text. Dear Crossfires, you share channeling avatars. That would be a good name for a song or a band name. Indeed. In fact, actually, the word avatar is very much related to the concept of channeling. Avatar is a Sanskrit word. It literally means descension. So if you wanted to say I descend in Sanskrit, you'd say avatarami. If you wanted to say he or she descends, you'd say avatarati. So what descends is an avatara. What descends is a channel to the divine. For example, what I love about Sanskrit and surrounding philosophies is that it really opens up religion into like something beyond fascinating. According to Sanskrit, for example, Jesus would be an example of an avatara, a descension, but one of many, a descension. He is an example of Bhagwan, a personal descension of the divine, a personal channeling of the Father, of Paramatma, the higher self, which pervades the whole universe as the Holy Spirit or Brahman. Buddha would be another example. All the protagonists of world religions would be considered channeling the divine. It's a little different in Islam, for example. They don't regard the one who channels as a form of the divine, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. He is not considered an avatara, which is a beautiful aspect of humility, I think. Because in almost any other context in the world, you could have every right to say that this is a form of the divine. But I like the principle of keeping the channeler and what you're channeling as separate. That's very practical in other contexts. But similar sort of thing going on there too. Thank you, dear Gina, for your rose. Om Aram Aram Ashvinibhyam Namah. But the divine transcends all religions. Thank you, Tatwamasi. Immortal Knight, you ask about Hindi. I can't speak Hindi. But Sanskrit is a huge influence on Hindi. Many words in Hindi come from Sanskrit. Most words, in fact, in some way, shape, or form. You are receptive to that, dear Radhanath. There was a question I saw. Someone asked about smoking, dear Trey. Well, there's many different kinds of smoking. There's tobacco. There's also other medicinal or psychoactive things that can be inhaled. Everyone gets to choose what they do with their body. That's their decision. I've done both in my life. I've smoked cigarettes and cannabis. It's legal where I live in Canada, so I don't feel bothered talking about that. But if it's not where you are, make sure this conversation is listened to with due diligence to respect your local laws and customs. You're also from Canada. I have had both. I was never addicted to cigarettes, but I was to vaping. And one day I decided that I had enough and I didn't need it no more, and that was the end of that. Similarly with cannabis, it started to give me panic attacks. I think the goddess of the herb was saying, you have gotten everything you need from it, now it's time to move on. So I moved on from all those things. You meant the religion, I see. Hinduism. It's tricky. Hindi and Hinduism. Not actually related, other than they're both named after the same river, the Indus River. Yeah. Hindi just happens to be a language that many Hindus speak, but there isn't a religious connection between the language and the religion. There's actually no such thing as Hinduism, which is really funny to say out loud, because it sounds like I'm dismissing millions of people that identify as Hindu. But genuinely speaking, the tapestry of cultures in India that have created all sorts of different ways of being spiritual is not one monolithic thing that at any point has been called Hinduism by the people that live there. They may call it the Sanatana Dharma, which means the eternal way. And it's so beautiful because the eternal way isn't one thing in particular. It's all-inclusive. In fact, you might even consider all religions to be a part of the Sanatana Dharma, the eternal way. Whether you practice yoga, the pathway of union, whether you practice Vedanta, whether you're a devotee to Shiva or Krishna or Shakti, Ma, whoever. Whether you take the path of the Aghoris, whether you follow Sankhya. It's all sorts of different traditions that one may call as under the umbrella term Hindu. They're all valid, just as all the offshoots like Buddhism, all the dharmic religions, Sikhism, Jainism, all the world's religions, equally valuable. Hello, dear Kelsey. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. David, you ask, how does one know when they are enlightened? I don't think you really do. Because the further you get into your own enlightenment, the less of a concept it even becomes relevant, I believe. Someone very near to enlightenment may not be chasing enlightenment at all, really. In fact, they might even forget about that idea entirely. And when they enter a place beyond suffering, it's just their natural state, like they've always been there. I was talking to Tara, the author of Moksha, the most recent book we completed, and that's an interview that'll be up soon. She was saying something similar, that a lot of people talk about enlightenment as like the heavens opening up and fireworks going off and a 1,000 suns appear, which can happen to mystics. But it doesn't have to be so of a abstract or such an experience where, huzzah! You know, it has happened in that way. You might never even know or realize until someone asks you, when's the last time that you had a bad day? And you think about it and you go, wait a second. For the last 10 years, I've been having a wonderful day almost every day. That I haven't been engaging in really any negative thoughts. I've just been really grateful. You might even be suspicious of yourself. Hello, dear Debs. Thank you, dear Irene. You are always so lovely. I love your additions. You were surprised by my beard, dear Monica. I recently cut it, or my mom trimmed it actually when she cut off my hair. I didn't expect to be as hairy as I am. I thought for sure I was completely unable of growing facial hair. besides just some fuzz. But I let the fuzz grow out, and this is what happened. Thank you, dear Fiona, for your subscription. Never expected, but always appreciated. Om Kali Maha Kali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Dear Count Caligula, I don't know if that's how I pronounce it, you can tell me. You ask about the purpose of the Sierpinski triangle. It's a novel fascination. It's wonderful that there are these objects that just kind of exist in mathematical hyperspace, and they show up from time to time. It's really cool that there's geometries like that, especially fractal ones that make you think about how this universe is like a fractal in many ways too. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your heart, me too. Om Tham Namaschandraya. Dear Haley, thank you for your heart, me as well. Radhe Radhe. Hello, dear Yana. Thank you, dear Debs, for your 1, 2, 3, 4 roses. Om Kringalikaye Namah. Ragnhildur, thank you for your swan too. It's so beautiful. Sadhyo Jatam Prapadyami Sadhyo Jataya Vai Namo Namah Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavaswamam Bhavod Bhavaya Namah. Dear Tatvamasi, you ask if dream and wakefulness are very similar. Why doesn't dream continue every day like the waking state does? That is what differentiates them. What you point out is indeed where the similarities end. Dreams are famous for their object impermanence. If you go to sleep at night with a lamp on your bedside table, you can expect to wake up and it's probably going to still be there. But if you exit a dream in a jungle and you return to dreaming the next night, it's probably unlikely, in fact, that you'll return to a jungle scene. That said, the dream world continues when we are awake too. In fact, what makes the waking state continue is because it does not during dream. So when we go from waking state into dream, the waking state remains practically as it is, and then we return to where we left off. But when we wake up from our dreams, our subtle body is still continuing. Our subconscious is still processing things. In other words, the dreams go on. They just now take place at a different layer of our mind, a much less conscious one. So it's, in that sense, it's no surprise that when we return back to sleep later, that it's a different place, because we're not continuing where we left off, because we didn't leave off. It continued evolving. Hello, dear Paul. And thank you, dear Debs, for your rose as well. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Trey, you ask, do I align with any specific religion, or do I have my own set of beliefs? I do not feel myself to be religious, but I do feel so much love for all the world's religions, as truth is not limited to any one perspective in particular. I only hope that whenever I am faced with a new perspective, that I evolve to accommodate that too. As far as like principles and doctrines that I believe in, I don't really have any other than simple things like every day I believe that it's important to be grateful for something. It's important to be kind, honest, like the yamas. I like the yamas, which come from yoga. Ahimsa, causing least harm. Satya, truthfulness, honesty, vulnerability. Asteya, non-stealing. Brahmacharya, withholding energy for higher things. And aparigraha, non-hoarding of resources. Hello, dear Mia. You share that Carlos is doing well, but the world isn't. How can we find calm? Not in the world, that's for sure. But that's okay, because it's not the nature of the world to be calm. The world is the Divine Mother, and she is dynamic, she is dancing, she is always finding new ways to express herself. That's wonderful, we love that for her. Our inner world complements that, and that is the place to find calm and peace and stillness and serenity. We can't exactly literally turn inwards and find that place, but what we can do is create a little space for us in the world too. Take that inner peace and serenity and love and all that good stuff and bring it out in our interactions, for example. Thank you, dear Tiggs, for your heart me. Nonet of roses, flowers, a gem gun, a quartet of friendship necklaces, a quintet of roses and flowers. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. That makes sense, so I'm happy to hear that, dear Mia. Yeah, I did hear about that, Rhiannon. David Lynch passed away recently, but you feel his energy soothing you as a creative right now. That's beautiful. He was a good soul, great soul, Mahatma. Dear Photonik, thank you for your half a dozen roses. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dearest Anazek, thank you for your 29 roses. Om Braum Hanumate Namah. And Trey, thank you for your rose too. Radhe Radhe. Oh my goodness, you're being very generous, Tegs. Thank you for your hand hearts and money guns. And 48 roses. Never expected nor necessary, but I appreciate it. And your pair of roses too. In addition, making 50. Vamadevaya Namo Jeshdaya Namah Shrishdaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namo or Namah Kalavikaranaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavikaranaya Namo Balapramatanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manon Manaya Namah. I'm sorry, dear Rose, I don't know what you're referring to. I wish I did. If there's anyone in my life that feels like I've hurt them in some way, of course, they're always welcome to come forward. I would never want to paint myself as someone that has never done anything wrong. And I would want to take accountability for any way in which someone may have been harmed by the past, but I don't know what you're thinking of. I'm on good terms with all my exes, for example. Many of them joined the Sangha, they can tell you. I absolutely have so much love and respect for the Divine Feminine. There are certainly times in which I haven't been a great boyfriend, but I never ever did anything unconsensual. And if I ever did, I would want them to share that. The voice of the feminine is so repressed that even if it weren't true, I would want them to have their voice. Because that's so much more important than anything that I do here. Truly, I mean that. Nothing that I do here is as important as ensuring that the voices of the vulnerable, the minorities, the oppressed or suppressed are spoken for. I would always concede to that. Who am I to say otherwise? So please know that this is absolutely always a space to share that. Mm-hmm. And if there's anything I can do to help you feel better, that would be my honor. I would also say, if there's someone that's impersonating me and was not respecting your boundaries, please know that if you got a message ever asking for something, anything personal, it's not me. There are a lot of impersonators. Maybe that might be what's happening here. I don't know, but I'd be happy to work through it with you so I can understand, make sure that in the community's best interest that everything is understood, transparent, and resolved. I wish I could help understand. I don't know what you're referring to. I've actually never met a Rose in my life, if that's your name. But best wishes to you. As a sign of good intentions, you're welcome to share. I won't ever repress your voice when it comes to something like that. So you're still welcome here. Mm-hmm. Thank you, dear Tegs, for your pair of hand hearts and your 23 roses. Om Haum Dom So Namah Shivaya. Mm-hmm. If anyone wants to talk about the subject of abuse and being taken advantage of course, with some due trigger warnings if ever necessary. These are things that are important to talk about. No one abused should ever be silenced or ignored, and even if it's targeted towards me, I would hope that you all take that seriously and sincerely, because it's much more important to have have trust in people who have been hurt. So please never think that one would ever have to choose sides and trust me over anyone else. I want them to always be heard, no matter who it is. Anyway. We could talk about other things too, of course. Dear Dean, you had asked if we're all excited about the planetary alignment. And comet! What's a comet? I didn't know about that part. Lots of activity in the heavens, that's for sure. Planetary alignment is very special indeed, corresponding with the Maha Kumbh Mela in India. But the comet I'm unaware of. Of course, dear Baibog. Well, nice to have you here, dear immortal knight. I love how those synchronicities happen here, dear Mama JJ. Okay. Well, I trust your judgment, dear G. Yeah. Good to know. Okay. Yeah, I hope they haven't been scammed by an impersonator. If it's a message that you get on this app, on TikTok I don't message people here for that very reason, because there are just so many. To keep it simple, you know, is the real Yam messaging me? If it's on TikTok, it's not me, unfortunately. But you can verify my account on other platforms. Instagram doesn't seem to have as big of a problem, although there are others. Unfortunately, some people have been really good at making it appear that they're talking to me. And it's good to raise awareness for that. I'll never ask for money or anything from you, personally. Without context, without understanding exactly what they're referring to, I could only speculate as to what has happened. But anyway, I am open to resolving this in amicable ways. Hello, dear Dawn. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your heart mate. Yeah. As a good reminder, everything I do is always free. As we were talking about earlier, with Mataji, for example. She remains free. All of the uploads on YouTube, you'll notice they don't have any ads on them. I don't monetize my content in any way or take sponsorships or things like that. It's a personal boundary for me. I feel like the value itself is in your presence, and that's something voluntary that you choose to give by being here. That what more could I ask for than that? Yeah, I don't do readings or anything like that. No spiritual services. Not at this time, especially none that cost any money. And I'm also very clear about maintaining boundaries, ensuring the sanctity of this space. There's been far too many spiritual teachers that have taken advantage of their They're students. I don't even consider myself a spiritual teacher, but I would never want for that to happen in this space. So to make sure that that is true, I will always leave open room for criticism and sharing of experiences. The last thing I'd ever want is for someone to feel like they were not able to speak out against those things. Please keep me humble, hold me accountable. Dear G, you ask, how is it best in our daily lives to give support to those who experience abuse? Thank you for this question. That's a very good question. Trust them. Yeah, believe them. Ironically. Not ironic in that, you know what I mean, given what we were experiencing in the comments. But genuinely, yeah. It is much better to be safe than sorry. If someone is ever being taken advantage of in any way or expresses abuse, 99 times out of 100, maybe 999 times out of 1,000, things like that are true. And you should take them very seriously. And if someone has the bravery to stand up and share that, then that even adds to the sincerity, because in our culture we don't often allow those voices to be heard, because there's fear that it would, I don't know, change our social structure, or the heroes in our society we would never heal from that sort of thing. It's hard to comprehend that family members could do certain things, so we hold them in such a high light that we're scared to even question those things. So creating some space, some room to allow that is so important. Thank you for sharing that, dear Rianan. I'm sorry to hear that. Sharing one's own stories is a powerful thing that's never expected, because of course many of us are still healing and we don't want to open up Pandora's box in a space that's not going to be supportive of that. So when someone shares something like that, you absolutely respond without judgment, compassion, understanding. You're ready, you're willing to have your worldview opened. And of course we direct them to professional help. Abuse is traumatizing, and trauma is something very serious psychologically. It often requires intervention, either through therapeutic means, counseling, and sometimes even psychiatric medication can help provide some stability for someone to find themselves, reconcile who they are, what their purpose is, how they can use this experience not to limit themselves going forward in life, but as something that they can grow from, heal from, learn from. Dear Rick, you ask, any advice on how to manage conflict? You often feel afraid of it. I understand. Yeah. We really have to find a center. If we're speaking up to someone, we can often get very shaken, not even by what they say, but what we say. It terrifies us to even stand up, let alone what the reaction or response is going to be. You can end up feeling very shaken yourself, literally trembling afterwards. Therefore, it's so important that you speak from a place that's very centered. Just like a wheel moves faster around the outsides, but slower on the inside, and the axis that it rotates around might not even be moving. If you can find that axis of your life, which your world revolves around, not in a selfish way, but in the sense of your spiritual nature that is unchanged by all of these experiences that come and go in your life. If you can speak from that deeper perspective, what a powerful force that is, without feeling doubtful of yourself. Such is why it's so important to have a strong sense of self. One that isn't based in anything that can change. Something eternal, being part of the divine, for example. If you understand that you are a ray of light, of the eternal sunshine of the divine, it does not matter what you go through. Nothing can take away that nature. Would the divine feel afraid of conflict? No. The divine is open to take into account all possibilities. There's always a way to adapt, to evolve, to make use of what we have. Hello again, dear Sky Guardian. So placing that trust in yourself, and not just your little individual self, but the higher self, being part of something much greater than this body, this mind. Dear Mom Zal, I'm glad you love the background. It's very nice, isn't it? My mom got this tapestry for me. My sister got these hanging lights. My mom also got the prayer flags up there, I think. Hello, dear Kristen. You share. You always feel like you need to get something done, but you procrastinate sometimes. We do have our duties and responsibilities in life, and it's important we do them. But don't procrastinate on attending to your needs as well. I think often what's called as procrastination is actually not at all procrastination, but attending to your needs. To do otherwise would be, ironically, procrastinating taking care of your responsibilities to your body and mind. Some days you haven't rested enough yet, and so you need to stay in bed a little longer. If you're on your phone, whatever. That's something to occupy your mind while you rest, while you find your center again. It might look from the outside that you're avoiding responsibilities, but from the inside, if that's something that you trust is something you need right now, if you need to take a step back and be on your phone, recharge a little bit, be antisocial for a while, what's wrong with that? If we don't take time for our bodies and minds, they'll create time for us by giving us all sorts of mental or physical problems to attend to. I know it sounds funny for someone to say this, but sometimes you need to be on your phone. Sometimes you need to stay in bed. Sometimes you need to stay in your comfort zone and not do that thing. And that's okay. Because there's more than just what you think you need to do with your physical responsibilities. There's also a spiritual responsibility sometimes to withdraw from the world. And that's okay. So forgive yourself. I know when the time is right that you'll spring out of bed and do the thing. Trust in yourself. I'm happy that resonated with you, dear Kristen, and happy me. Oh, I love to see that, dear G, that you sense very strong sisterhood with many people in the chat. Muhwa, you ask, how can you stay sober? You're so tired of this. You've relapsed so many times. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. But every single time that you've tried has been a learning experience. Don't think of each relapse as a failure. Think of the fact that you tried as a success. It is very rare that someone succeeds from withdrawing from their substance or habit the first time. Nobody is expecting you to figure out how to get away from that habit the very first time. Or any finite number of times. Is there a limit? Does the universe give up on you after 10 or even 100 times? As long as your heart is still beating, as long as you're breathing, clearly the universe recognizes there's a life in you that's still there, still fighting, still trying. So please forgive yourself for those attempts. Those were very valid, earnest, and meaningful. And it definitely gets easier each time. Maybe one advice that I can share that makes it easier next time for you is to not think about it in terms of the rest of your life. We quickly make such long-term vows that are unnecessary. Because we think about our future at such a scale. We go, if I'm quitting today, then I must quit for the rest of my life. Which may be true, but you don't have to go through the withdrawal of the rest of your life. You only ever have to make it through the smallest amount of time that you can, and then check in with yourself. Depending on what it is, that could be a day. You know, that I believe I can do a day. And I'll check in with myself how I'm feeling tomorrow. Maybe I can't do tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know. We'll just do today. Or maybe today even seems like a stretch. Can you do until dinner time, you know? Can I make it till dinner? And then I'll recheck in with myself. And then I'll ask the same question. What's the largest amount of time that I have faith that I can do it? I have absolute certainty. Yeah. Even if it's a few moments, that's enough. If you're really having a craving arise, you know, just look at the time. Maybe it's 8:38. You ask, okay, what's another few minutes? Can I make it to 8:40? Maybe the craving will subside by then. Just limit your sense of time in such a way that you feel confident that you can get through this moment. It also works for challenging experiences in general. For example, I had a very hard time staying calm in many anxiety attacks, and I used the same process. I don't know if I'm gonna survive, says anxiety, but can I make it to the next minute? Can I just breathe until the clock turns this time? Okay, I made it a minute. That's a little win. Can I make it the next minute? Dear Mama JJ, you share. That's why you didn't say, I quit. Instead, you said, to get here, but it's been a year. I like that. One final thing I will add. Actually, we can talk about this for longer if you want, but I don't want to overwhelm anyone with all these things. Another thing that's really helpful, I find, is not thinking about what you're losing, but what you're gaining. It sounds obvious in hindsight, but in the moment we're so focused on what we're missing, on what we're going to be missing. It's all about if we can survive without something, how will we live in absence of this thing? But the mind doesn't do well with negatives like that. It does do well with positives. Instead of thinking, can I make it work without this? You can ask, can I make it work with putting more energy into my relationships, going for a walk at this time? Can I be grateful for all of the health benefits that I'm going to get day by day? Things like that. When you think of it in terms of what you're gaining or what you're substituting that loss with, it makes it much easier. It was over 25 years, dear Mama JJ. Wow. Yeah. But it used to be 2 packs a day. That's incredible. Thank you for sharing your success story. That's another thing. Listen to success stories. Those are very motivating. And Gods to love. Thank you for your trio of roses. Aim Saraswatyai Namah. Dear Vinny, you ask, what does Dharma tell us about truth and limits of knowledge? Or is it not spiritually important? Dharma is famously difficult to translate. There are many contexts in which we could explore this. I'm going to presume you're asking from more of a Buddhist context. In Buddhism, Dharma tends to refer to spiritual teachings. What is taught by the Buddha is the Dharma. In other dharmic religions, like Hinduism, it generally refers to the righteous duty that an individual has. Their duty to be a mother, a father, a student, a householder, a partner, a gardener, a baker, a member of society, etc. So depending on which context we look at this, I think we come to different conclusions. But the limits of knowledge and what was the other thing? On Salud, you're the biggest fan. About truth, limits of knowledge and truth. Well, for the former interpretation, the Buddha did teach that some things were imponderable In fact, there's a list of different things that one cannot have the answers to. They're called the imponderables in Buddhism. It includes, for example, the nature of karma, the ultimate source of karma. That where did the first karma come from? That is not a question we can answer. Other questions referring to cosmic beginnings, like how the universe began, why the universe began, that's another imponderable. Yeah, and the Buddha did teach that such answers were irrelevant anyway, because what matters most is not the answers to these cosmic questions, but the answers to really little, small questions, like how you talk to someone, how you use your mind, how you engage with your job, if you are being mindful, etc. That's something I love a lot about the Buddha's teachings, is that they're very practical. That ultimately, true spiritual revelation is almost never a grand explanation for the universe, but a very simple and pragmatic thing that adds to your day-to-day life. Like, oh wow, the purpose is to be kind. Wow, I feel so much love. Oh my goodness, I see it now. I should look up to people instead of down to them, you know? And we get so much fulfillment from just paying attention to those little things. They become great big things. Yeah. That said, there's all sorts of wonderful explorations of the big cosmic questions too. But the most wonderful thing about those explorations, I think, are the interpersonal relationship of them. The interpersonal nature of the relationship between them. That we spend time together discussing these things, that we open each other's minds by sharing these concepts, that we use them and integrate them in our culture and stories. All of that is wonderful. Dear Karina, thank you for the heart me you had sent. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Tattvamasi, you share the sun, moon, rivers, they have a dharma too. Yes, in fact, the name for dharma when it comes to the universe is Rita, often spelled R-I-T-A. Many people get their name from that, Rita. But in Sanskrit it's a rolled R into the T-A, Rita. The cosmic order of the universe is the external dharma. Thank you, dear Shakira, for your heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Hello, dear Mirna. I have a genuine question from G. For the audience. Women, how do you manage interests from the opposite gender and you're not interested? Good question. I will leave it to women to answer that question for you. Oh, thank you, dear Anna, for your heartbeat. Ram Ram. Dear Woo Woo, thank you for your heart me too. Hare Krishna. And dear Usha Priyaji, thank you for your love painting. Pair of roses and pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! And another trio of roses. Thank you. Om Purushaya vidmahe Mahadevaya dhimahi Tanno Rudra prachodayat. Dear Pop, you ask, is it possible to leave your body at command with enough practice? In a way, yeah. In fact, you're already doing it to some extent. The truth is, we're never even really in our bodies. It just seems like that. If you zoom into your favorite show when you're watching television, it might also feel like you're in the world. But the moment that your mom called your name, enough cartoons, time for breakfast, you snap out of it and you realize that there isn't just the world of Bikini Bottom, but there's also the room, the living room, and you have to go to school and all sorts. You were never actually in the show, but as a child you can get easily absorbed in anything. We have become easily absorbed in our body, so to speak. Feels like we're in it in the same way a child feels like they're in their favorite story, which is beautiful. Nothing wrong with that. But when the Divine Mother calls your name and you zoom out from the television of your mind, and then you realize that you were never really in this experience, but the experience was actually in you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's an answer from Dear Don Suela to G's question. I am not interested in pursuing anything further with you. Boundaries are okay. I like that. So, dear Mama JJ, you ask, what else are we not seeing then? It's a good question. Not much. Actually, the analogy does have its limit. You zoom out in a more metaphorical sense. Everything to see is here for you now. That said, there are aspects of this experience that we're not seeing fully, like the fact that everything is divine and filled with love. We don't recognize that. We're so zoomed in on the materialism, on the objects of life. We don't perceive the subject of life that pervades the whole experience. What it means to open one's third eye is just to recognize that divinity in another, whether that's another human being or an animal or a plant or a rock or the moon or the sun or even your own self. That's a good question. I like that you asked, dear Mama JJ, that G. What's the secret to 40 years of marriage? Dear Woo, you feel guilty for resting more than others. Feel less useful. I understand. No one rests more than I do. If you must compare yourself to someone, compare yourself to... I'm in bed like 12 hours of my day. Sometimes more than that. In fact, Sky Guardian was making fun of me last night. I went to bed at around 4 in the morning, and he's aware of my nighttime habits. He said, I'll see you in 12 hours. I'll talk to you in 12 hours. I was actually talking to my mother about that, how I felt guilty for that too. And she said, I think you get it from me. I was so depressed, she was saying, when you were in my womb because I was sleeping 15 hours a day. And I thought, oh my goodness, I don't know how I'm going to stay awake and be your mother. Fortunately, I napped a lot too, and she got to sleep when I did. One thing I will absolutely confess to is that I've always prioritized rest, and it's gotten me into trouble. I would often miss school or shifts at work, sleeping in. And it does have consequences. Absolutely. I've lost jobs over it. I've lost even certain educational experiences over it. But you know what? I can tell you now, having gone through the consequences of sleeping in, that I'd do it all again. In fact, I'd sleep even more. Because I know that I'm not meant to live a life exhausted. When I'm exhausted, I'm not that good at listening to other people. I'm really not that good at being loving. When I'm exhausted, I can be impatient and bitter and distracted. Everything I want to do in life benefits from getting rest. You know, from listening to other people, remembering things, sharing love, and being patient. All of that depends on adequate rest. So it's not just for me, it's for the people in my life, that they deserve a rested version of me. Thank you, dear Usha Priyaji, for your flowers, your rose, your septet of finger hearts, your pair of roses and another heart me. Om Namo Ushaya Namo. Oh, you're very welcome, dear Woo-Woo. Dear Hypergen, you share, you're eating a muffin in bliss right now. Ah, I love that. Thank you for sharing that. G, you share, sleep is awesome. It's the most environmentally sustainable method of healing. Yeah. Dear Eden, you ask if I bake. Sometimes, every now and then, but not often. The last time I baked, I did something interesting. I wanted to bake something, but I didn't really have almost any baking supplies. So I just typed into ChatGPT. Alright, here's what I have. I've got jam, I've got yogurt, I've got a little bit of flour, I've got some honey, I've got some, salt, some water, and other ingredients. Is there anything I can bake with this? And ChatGPT is really good at giving you a recipe for the ingredients that you have. And it turns out I could make some kind of marble jam honey cake with just my very limited ingredients, with the amounts I had. And it was the most delicious thing ever. Yeah. I really enjoy that. And I lost the recipe and I don't remember what I put in. So that'll probably be the last time that anyone eats that. What an honor. Hello, dear Zachary. You can look in the link tree in my bio. There's all sorts of different platforms that I'm on. You can message me on Instagram, on WhatsApp, on Telegram, on email. I've got a couple different YouTube channels. Yamsox Lives, where I post all these, for example. Yamsox ASMR, where I post some spiritual ASMR. And of course the Discord server. They're all little icons. Maybe they're too subtle. If you just click on the image of Instagram, that sends you to Instagram. In the link tree in my bio. Dear Mirna, you sure I have something hanging off my lip? What is that? I think it's just a reflection. No, it does look like something's there. What is that? But it won't come off. Is that a reflection or not? I can't tell. Doesn't feel like anything's there. That's the funny part. That's so weird. Here, let's zoom in. Still there? Yep. Kinda, although it did kinda go away. Now is it gone? Now it's gone. I didn't even feel anything. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm wearing pajamas. Thank you, Mirna. I'm sorry, dear Stevie G. You're of course welcome to be here, as is everyone. Balancing the comfort of everyone is my priority. But if I trust your judgment, if you want to leave, of course, feel free. I'll never blame you for that. No one's expected to be here. You can come back later if you want. But I'm here for you, as I am for all Sanghis. Rianan, you share. You noticed it at the start of the live and said nothing. It's been on there since the beginning. That's okay. I don't mind. You all are very kind about it. Hello, dear Hia Dalalona. Dear Dean, you share the comment is C24G3, aka Atlas. Oh, how lovely. Hybrid Jen, you share that, and with your little boy asking if he can have a taco, you felt deja vu. That's hilarious. Something about tacos, hey? Hello, dear Dina. Alright. I respect your space, dear Stevie G. You're welcome back anytime. Space, dear Stevie G. You're welcome back anytime. Thank you for sharing, dear Kristen. Here della Luna, you ask, why does TikTok not feel happy, colorful, and magical? I don't know, I feel... Here della Luna, you ask, why does TikTok not feel happy, colorful, and magical? I don't know, I feel very grateful that our live stream is often an exception. Lots of color here. Magic and happiness. I offer that to you, at least. But what's most important is that inside we feel colorful, magical, and happy. We decorate our inner space with these things, with the colors of all of our feelings as they are allowed to be there, with the magic of wonder and the happiness of simple gratitude for the things that are in our life. But I can't speak for the rest of this platform. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, dear Tina. How are you? I like what Rhiannon Clark says. Ooh, it's so bright. Tune into that, and the For You page will reflect it. It's so true. You're doing really well, Tina. Just a little sick, but you're fine. Ah, that's certainly allowed. Rick, you ask, how can we give less importance to our persona or ego? Well, there are two paths you can take here. There's the path of, that's called pravriti in Sanskrit, pravriti. That's the path of actually engaging our personas and egos. It's the path I tend to prefer, so I can speak at greater length on that aspect. But if you're more interested in the nivriti path, the path that goes beyond these things, if you want to distance yourself from the persona or your sense of self in any way, a great thought experiment in the laboratory of your own meditation is to understand that if you experience something else, then that something else must not be you. You can play that game very easily with an object that we're already familiar with, like, I don't know, the glass of water. You can see this glass of water, therefore you must not be the glass of water. The seer and the seen are necessarily different. The very fact that you can see something means there must be a difference between you and that thing. If for whatever reason you are confused about this, just continue looking at the glass of water, and eventually, in your own perception of subject and object, it clicks. Okay, right, I'm over here, and the glass of water is over there. How does that work when you are aware of awareness? It's a good question. The simple answer is we're actually not ever truly aware of our awareness directly. But indirectly we are. We're aware of things. We're aware of sights and sounds and tastes and smells and feelings. And because we're aware of those sensations, that informs us that there must be an awareness. So we're aware of the fact that there is an awareness. But there's nothing about awareness to see or hear or taste or smell or feel, just like the other sensations. It's still a kind of understanding, a kind of awareness, though. In the same way that I don't know why this example came to mind, but in the same way that if you left your oven on at home and you turn around and you see smoke rising in the distance, you can infer that your house must be on fire. Even if you don't literally see the fire. There's, there's a fire there. So the fact that there are sights and sounds and tastes and smells and feelings, there is an awareness. Yeah. So if you play that game with even your own body, you can begin to detangle your identification with it. Here's the body. I'm seeing it. I'm feeling it. Because it's a sensation, an object of my experience, I as the subject must be distinct from it. You can do that with your senses themselves. I must not be my eyes, my ears, my nose, my tongue, my skin. You can even do it with your mind. And finally, you can do it with your sense of self. That I have an awareness of who I think I am. Therefore, who I think I am is something different than me. Yes. That's the path called nivritti. The path of going beyond thought. However, I find that in our age, it leads to a lot of anxiety. If you're willing to go work through all that anxiety, then I'm sure what's left is a wonderful peace. But the path of pravritti is an equivalent alternative in the very same scriptures that say you don't have to de-identify from everything. You can go the other direction. It's not about having an ego that's wrong. It's about that ego not the ego being limited, that your sense of self gets stuck on anything in particular. So you can go two ways with that. Nivritti means just going beyond all identification. That's valid. But pravritti means being all-inclusive in your identity. So you are your ego, you are your mind, you are your body, but you're also all of your things, all of your family, they are you. That's the path of pravritti. They often get mixed up with each other. They ultimately lead to the same kind of sense of boundlessness. So one leads to a sense of nothingness called nirvikalpa samadhi, and one leads to a sense of everythingness called savikalpa samadhi. I recommend savikalpa. I recommend pravritti path because it's a lot easier in this age, because our minds are often very fragile. I hate to say it, but in this age our minds are very sensitive. And the idea of losing your mind can be very scary and often unnecessary on the spiritual path. Sorry, I don't mean to have you go run and check your oven, dear Irene. Dear Hare Krishna, thank you for your finger heart. Here's one for you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Yeah. But there is a sense of nothingness and everythingness at the same time. Hello, dear Maya. They're both completely valid. The Buddhists tend to take the vow, the vow of anatta, to dissolve any sense of self, whereas the Hindus tend to take the path of atma, to expand one's sense of self to include everything. Most people in the West first come into contact with Buddhism before Hinduism. So because of that, the first impression is often that ultimately you are no one. Ultimately you are not this body, you are not this mind, that this world is completely separate from you, things like that. And then it might take a while to realize that there's another perspective in the East besides that. That actually, no, you are everything and everyone. These are all Sanskrit concepts indeed. But Tatvamasi, you share, there are so many Sanskrit concepts which have very similar meaning, but with subtle differences, indeed. A lot of nuance here. If you can't figure out what path is meant for you, don't worry so much. It's not exactly a decision that one really makes. It's just a natural proclivity or inclination. Either way, the idea is to be boundless in your identity. That there are no rigid boundaries over what defines you and what defines what isn't you. The Buddhists say there is no self. There is just what's happening here. Alright. Valid. Hindus say there is nothing that isn't the self. You are everything that's happening here. In either way, there's just no division created between self and other. And it's the division itself which is to be dissolved. You can go about it in two ways. Yeah, two sides of the same coin. Exactly, Hari. And thank you for your heart me that you sent too, I see. Narayanaya vidmahe Vasudevaya dhimahi Tanno Tanno Vishnu prachodayat. Dear Ingrid, you ask, can I recommend a book for beginners of Eastern philosophy and spirituality? Yeah, but it comes with a little bit of a prologue, some foretext. That if your mind is still thinking in terms of needing a book for something, then the very first thing that is important to learn about Eastern philosophy and spirituality is that they tell you to put the book down and begin to experience things a little more directly yourself. The concept of a book is very Western. When ancient civilizations traveled to India for the first time, a lot of them noted that they didn't write anything down. They felt this deep and powerful spiritual culture and were amazed that they didn't have words in the form of some script. So clearly it's not necessary to engage in that sort of experience. That said, there are absolutely wonderful books that I can recommend, and I'd be happy to do so. Just with that out of the way. One great book, which again originally wasn't even a book but a song that eventually got written down, is the Bhagavad Gita. Gita means song. Bhagavat means divine. So this is literally, in Sanskrit, the divine song. In the East, their main method of teaching is through communal gatherings of sharing experience. Almost nothing was written down. They'd sing to each other, they'd engage in discourse, a Sangha. So the best way to engage in Eastern spirituality and philosophy is to engage in something communal, like listening to a discourse by someone, or having a meditation experience, things like that. This book is a great reading. Of course, it doesn't sound much like a song if we don't know the Sanskrit, but I can give you a little glimpse into that. Here I open to a random page from the 7th verse of the 15th chapter. It would sound something like this in Sanskrit, although I wouldn't know the exact melody. Om mamai sho jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatanaha manashashtanindriyani prakritishtani karshati, which means the living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. This is the divine speaking. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with the 6 senses, which includes the mind. In a traditional reading or listening, you'd often just get a single verse for the day, and you'd spend the rest of the hours, you'd first listen, that's called Shravana, and then you debate it, manana. Debate is very encouraged in Sangha, that if something doesn't resonate with you, that you ask questions and you go, what about this? What about that? How come that doesn't match with my experience? And the manana continues until everyone agrees that this is a shared experience, that there's truth in this. Once that happens, then manana transitions to nididhyasana, and you meditate on it. Once the intellectual understanding is there, then you meditate on it. You put it into practice, for example. So we might, if our Sangha was like that, well, there is influence. But if we were reading this in such a formal way, we'd spend the next few hours talking about what does it mean for living entities to be fragmental parts of the divine? Can we see the truth in that? How does that match with our experience? And what does the conditioned world mean? How come this world conditions us in certain ways? And why, due to those conditions, do we struggle with our senses, including the mind? Is the mind a 6th sense? We'd spend whole hours just discussing the nature of that verse alone. And then at the end, we'd have some meditation to really make that realization integrated. I can really recommend that for you. Nate, you had asked, what are my opinions on magic and or rituals, practices, and are they good for manifestation? Yeah, it's one way of taking some control, some power in your life. It's a great avenue for people, especially who have experienced trauma, because they often feel a lack of control in some ways in their life, and little things like that help empower the individual again, and as well as connect them to a greater spiritual practice. Setting intentions with physical objects and ceremonies can be really helpful for channeling your energy. Just like how it wouldn't be the same if in graduation you just had a last day of school and that was it. Here's your diploma, goodbye. That we need certain ceremonies or rituals in order to demarcate different transitions in our life and get our energies flowing in certain directions. You might have workshops or themes about all the things that you look forward to in life after high school, career, higher education, and we thank each student and all of those ceremonial things, wearing gowns, whatever, listening to music, throwing your cap in the air. All of that is a kind of ritual that allows for the manifestation of the next chapter of your life. So we all already do it. We just might not realize that the magic is there already. You can take advantage of that at any time. What Thursday night? If you want to have a ceremony Thursday night, what's stopping you? You can create your own little thing or take inspiration from another. You light a little candle, say some incantations. And now you have that night to look back on. You go to sleep in a different way. You dream a certain way. You wake up refreshed in another. All of those are wonderful things. That's right, Kristen. Even if it's not what you want, it's what you need. Dear Mo, you share you don't know how to relax in the face of adversity. You break down. That's okay. Yeah, I don't I don't know many people that can relax in the face of adversity. Your vulnerability is very authentic and real. Yeah, sometimes you're just allowed to break down, have your moments, indeed. But if you want to be courageous, I pray for such a thing for you. Indeed, I know it's possible. Believing in yourself, that you have something worth being heard to share. You have power within you too. That you play an important role in the stage of life, whether you think it or not. These challenges aren't meant to break you, but at least not break you down, but break you open. Maybe. Sometimes we need to open up a little bit, and a little hardship, though I would never wish it on anyone, can be used as a tool if you choose to. That's your decision. By your own intuition, you can let this moment transform you. Feel inspired to use this challenge to come out stronger, wiser, more understanding. I don't know who told you that you're too open, but you can never be too open. However, you can set boundaries. Boundaries doesn't mean closing off. It actually means opening up in other dimensions of interpersonal conduct. Just like guiding a river. Just because you create a boundary for the river to divert doesn't mean the river stops. In fact, it may even get to where it needs to go at a faster rate, more efficiently. I'm sorry to hear that, dear Rusty. I'm grateful to have you here. I'd be happy to help process that experience with you if you want. I'm sure, though, the people in one's life that may tell us we're too open, it comes from a good place. They're looking out for us. They don't want us to be taken advantage of or walked over. We can understand and appreciate that. Nate, you ask, why is hardship the most transformative? Why can't positivity of the same intensity suffice? That's a great question, Nate. It's because, well, they're both important. I should say this. If we had only hardship, we would never really grow either. If we had only positivity, we would never really grow. So too, there needs to be a balance of both. You can consider the hard times as like getting the experience points, and the easy times as using that experience to grow and expand. Like when you're playing a video game, when you're in the middle of a dungeon, when you're in the middle of a battle, you're gaining all this experience points, you might be gaining new tools and weapons in the meantime, but you can't exactly use it yet, because you have to deal with the next challenge. But then once you get to the end of that level, you have this grace period, and that grace period is absolutely necessary. You know, you talk to the shopkeeper, you sell your wares, you buy other things, you open up your skill tree, you put in your experience points and different abilities, and maybe you practice using your new tools and figure out what you can do with your new inventory. That grace period is absolutely necessary. But if the game was all grace, if the video game was just all wonder and you had everything you need and you didn't have any challenges, like creative mode in Minecraft, it'd be fun for a while, sure, but not forever. Because we live eternal existences, we need something more than a creative mode. Maybe that's why the universe exists as a whole, because as source it gets boring. So we create these levels for us to always level up into. But if we never had a grace period, then we'd never get to spend our experience points or grow and our skill trees or expand our inventory or use them. Does that make sense? Oh, is my phone alarm going off? I don't even hear it this time. I just see Don Suela write in chat that her eyes are vibrating. So for those of you that are too hard on yourself, give yourself some grace. And for those that have been in their comfort zone for long enough, give yourself some challenges. Nate, you ask, is not the idea of boring simply a concept of the brain that is a lack of dopamine? If we're taking a purely scientific route, yeah, sure. But then the conversation kind of ends there, which is something I find a little disappointing about purely scientific or analytical thinking. Is you come to very well, speaking of which, boring conclusions, and then the wonder ceases, the joy kind of stops. Okay, science says this is that, end of discussion. What I like about a more subjective perspective is that the conversation continues, wonder unfolds, and we can still look at these same things, but from perhaps more meaningful avenues. From the scientific point of view, consciousness is an epiphenomenon on our neural structure. And our neural structure is just a consequence of physics, biochemistry. But we don't live life from that perspective, if we really think about it. From our perspective, we never got to experience a universe before life. We never got to experience a brain before consciousness. From our experience, there is us, and from our own experience, a world has arisen, and in that world there is a brain that seems to be attributed to us. From the inside-out approach, the world is an epiphenomenon of consciousness, and so boredom, for example, and other psychological experiences can be seen from a totally different lens. I see boredom as a beautiful spiritual experience where it is a necessary part of life to, at times, just sit without feeling like you have to do anything. Being bored by life can be a good thing because you're faced with all these choices and you don't have to take any of them up. You can really be. Use that as a meditation. So these feelings such as boredom can reside outside of human experience. Absolutely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Consciousness is not something only humans experience. Everything experiences consciousness. Animals, plants, rocks. Yeah. Thank you, dear Anasek, for the pair of friendship necklaces you sent earlier. Om Namah Shivaya. Yeah. So what are the emotions outside of the brain? Consider it like software and hardware. You have a physical computer, and the software uses that. That what we really want is the software. When we are using our computers, we're not thinking about how we're interacting with the physical mechanics of it. We want to engage with the software. The physical, the hardware, is just the instrument that's able to be used by the software. Emotions, thoughts, feelings, dreams, desires, fears, imaginations, these are all different programs that use the hardware of the brain. So they exist outside in the sense that the software contains the hardware. In the same sense, the mind contains the brain. Thank you, Whack, for your 10 roses that you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Lena, thank you for your heart me and trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Good night, dear Fiddle Leaf. Dear Gwendolyn. Tatwamasi, Yusha, you trying to tell that to your 5-year-old who gets bored 30 seconds after a game is finished. What's next? I think, speaking of the scientific approach, psychologists, they know that boredom is actually really good for the person. If we're constantly stimulated, then we never have time to process things. Boredom is one of those times where there's just a grace period to process. Rocks have consciousness? Asks a day late and $1 short. Sure, but they don't have a mind. So they can't do anything with that consciousness. That's the thing. There's consciousness that everything has. And then there's minds. As far as we know, only animals have minds. Probably also plants and fungi. And other forms of life. Or instead of thinking about it black or white, that either you have a mind or not, you can think of it as a spectrum. What a mind is, spiritually, is a mirror to reflect that consciousness. Humans have a very polished mirror. Other animals, still absolutely, you can see the glistening of consciousness in their eyes, so to speak. But there's other things in animal life that can sometimes get in the way. Like just how much you live in a survival mode, relying on your instincts, your nature. Insects less so, plants, fungi maybe a little less. I don't know, jury's still out for fungi. They're pretty advanced in other ways, aren't they? But the consciousness that pervades a human being is absolutely there in all forms of life, and including even inanimate objects. You just don't see the consciousness because there's not a mind that's polished to reflect that there. Yeah, I trust your feeling, dear Hare Krishna. I like what you point out, dear Tattvamasi. It's actually not that rocks have consciousness, because in that word choice, nothing has consciousness. Because consciousness isn't a property to have. Consciousness is that which has properties. For example, this consciousness has a body, has a mind, has a brain, has a personality. It's the consciousness that has things. The consciousness has the whole universe, and many bodies and many minds. Consciousness is the very background layer of existence. All things are contained by it. This is the definition, by the way, not a conclusion. If you're wondering, how do we come to that conclusion? You don't. This is an axiom, a truth that you can use as a definition for what consciousness is. For example, you might ask, how do we come to know that 2 is equal to 1 plus 1? What's the proof? There is no proof. It's a truth, but not a proof. I like that. A truth, but not a proof. There's no proof that 2 is equal to 1 plus 1, because that's actually just the definition of 2. 2 is simply that which is 1 more than 1. 1 plus 1. So, by definition, it is true. You can change the definition, and that leads to different results. Thank you, dear Erica, for your heartbeat. Om Namah Parashaktaye. That makes a lot of sense, dear Nate. Your experience is one that you're not alone in. And I'm sorry to hear that you were depressed at such a young age. You know, one would wish for a world in which children wouldn't have to go through such a thing so early on. So I can only imagine some of the things that you went through, and my heart goes out to you. I do find nihilism to be a beautiful bridge to spiritual things. The bridge being from nihilism to solipsism. Or positive nihilism is great too. Dear Spinoza, you ask, why is life and every concept so weird? I think by weird you're referring to out of the ordinary, unusual, full of surprises. That speaks to its eternal nature, I believe. That we don't just have a world that we get used to. We get a world that changes, a world that has experiences one after the other that never seem to run out. You could never discover the last thing there is to know about the universe, about life, about any concept, because each concept is like its own universe. So the weirdness is a reflection of your acknowledgement of the infinitude of it all. If you don't feel life is weird, then you must not be open to surprises. You've created a version that's static, that's no longer really living, changing, evolving. If you feel the weirdness of life, then you're very much alive, in tune with that infinite possibility. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Good old Aristotle. Usually thought of everything before we have. I have a joke. Concepts in philosophy, they're named after the second person who thought of them first after Aristotle. Namaste, dear Garrett. Dear Myrna, you ask, does my mom watch my lives or the YouTube post? Yeah, sometimes. She's sometimes even in the audience, interacting with you. Some of you have had conversations with her, but you would never have known. So that's a warning to you all. Mama Moon, as she calls herself, is always watching. Other family members too, like my grandmother. Yeah, it's very nice. Mo, you ask, how do you have love without attachment, as it seems mutually exclusive? You're right, it often is mutually exclusive. And I think the simple answer for you is to reconcile that you're allowed to have some attachments. You may get the impression that non-attachment has to be this absolute thing, and there are no exceptions. And I felt that way too when I first started reading into Buddhism and things like that. And I still have a long way to go. My understanding of this will change. But at this moment, the way I understand it is that when the Buddha speaks about having non-attachment, it's towards selfish desires. But not all things are selfish desires. You can genuinely have attachment for something that doesn't fulfill a selfish desire. You can have love for someone and be attached to their presence, but when they go, you understand that this grief is normal and they're allowed to go off on their journey in other ways in life. There's a kind of acceptance and understanding that isn't selfish there. That, okay, I'm going to grieve, I'm going to feel the loss of this person in my life, and that's okay. I'm allowed to. But there is a kind of funny story about how some non-attachment can be very helpful in a relationship. The joke is, it's not really a joke, it's actually a matter of fact, that even if you are the best neurosurgeon in the world, you wouldn't operate on your child. Because if you're attached to your child, then that prevents you from doing an adequate job. There's all sorts of pressure now. And now it's your child, oh my goodness, there's so many more expectations that you have to be in their life in different ways. So in that kind of way, we can understand that if there was a way to being non-attached with love, then we could still have that ability to take care of them just like any other patient as a neurosurgeon. How do we do that in a healthy way? Well, we understand that our love we have for them is something that we can give in this moment, and we might not have another moment, and that's true no matter what. If we have attachment to the outcome of the future, that's when we really suffer. One thing that Krishna clarifies for us in the Bhagavad Gita, for instance, is that the only thing to really be not attached to is just the outcome. For the doctor, the outcome is a successful surgery. If the doctor is not able to come to terms with the possibility that it won't be a successful surgery, that's when they'll be unable to perform their duties. It has nothing to do with love in this case, but to do with the outcome. We've attached ourselves to this idea of an outcome. If you can make peace with how things are going to evolve in all sorts of different ways, then we can give love fully in the moment. We can be one with our actions now. That's called karma yoga. So Mo, you ask a great question. How can you plan for your future without attachment to it? It's a good question. To tell you the truth, I don't. I just wake up and attend to everything I can today, and if I have to attend to any changes, I attend to those too. Yeah. I don't have an idea of what I'm going to do tomorrow because I don't expect to have a tomorrow. This could be my last day. Why plan for tomorrow when it's not guaranteed? This is the way I live, at least. If someone thinks differently, they're welcome to, but yeah, the way I think of it is, all I really have is this moment. I am not given the promise of any other moment than this one. So this is where my life takes place. Hello, dear Alyssa. But that's not to say there aren't aspirations or goals that would take place as this moment unfolds. It's just that I don't spend my time missing what has not come to be yet. I just attend to what I can. And I notice that if you take care of this moment, the next moment takes care of itself. You take care of your present, you take care of your future. The only reason this world hasn't been taken care of now is because it hasn't been taken care of in the past, right? If from day one of being civilized people, we started taking care of the planet, then we wouldn't have the problems that we have today, for example. So, if the next moment unfolds from the previous, take care of the previous. Plant all the good seeds now and watch them grow later. So what do you do when you don't enjoy the present moment? Nothing? Probably change your understanding of the present moment, because if you're not enjoying the moment, you're probably not actually present. It's usually because we're lost in expectations for how this moment should be that come from the past. Or we're thinking about what needs to happen in the future. If we're not enjoying what's truly here, it's probably because we're not actually truly here. True enjoyment comes from true presence. If you're not enjoying the moment, I don't know where you are, but it's not here. Even if this moment has a challenge, even if this moment contains suffering, even if you're grieving, for example, you can, in a way, enjoy that life process taking place, as though you were watching a sad movie. When watching a sad movie, are you enjoying the sadness? You are, in a way, aren't you? If you go and watch a sad movie and it's not sad, in fact, you'd be disappointed. When you go and watch a horror movie, if it wasn't scary, you'd also be disappointed. If you weren't afraid, you think, what was the point of watching that then? Of course, you know that you're truly safe in the audience, that what happens on screen doesn't truly happen to you. So for us to make sense of that analogy, we have to become an audience member of our own life and realize that the witness of this life is also truly unaffected by these things. And when that realization deepens, the more that deepens, the more you enjoy your own emotions, even if they're full of grief, heartbreak, sadness, fear, anger. And Isabel, you share that you would say, maybe in a way, that being with your sadness helps you move through it. Exactly. Yeah. But you absolutely, even an enlightened being feels the grief of losing a parent. They cry. Everything you think of when it comes to being sad still happens for someone with this understanding. The difference is that they no longer suffer through their grieving. It's something that perhaps is a little difficult to understand at this time, and I understand that. That you can be sad but not suffer. You can be heartbroken but not suffer. You can be grieving, but you can be fully emotional and deeply human and absolutely aware of the depth of this experience and how precious it is, and the loss of that communion with such an important part of your life. and yet be immersed in a deeper way, a deeper peace, deeper bliss. Thank you, dear Sazrar, for your heartmeet. Dear Ian, you share the truth is there is suffering. Exactly. Yeah. That suffering happens, but not in a way that truly changes your nature as conscious awareness. Knowing that, then you go through life with a certain ease, a certain grace. Radhe, Radhe. I concur, dear Raven. The depths of bliss attainable by consciousness is such a profound miracle. Nate, you ask, are we able to communicate with someone whose vessel is dead? Of course. Yeah. You may dream of them. You may think of them. You may carry with them their love and see how that continues to evolve in your life. Yeah. They just move into your heart. That's their new vessel. And so if you have a way of exploring your own heart, you have a way of exploring the future of your relationship with them. We have a couple of Nates here. That's cool. Something that often gets treated as a sticking point is the idea of detachment. That to be spiritual means to be detached from your feelings and suffering. Not at all. So if anyone needs to hear it, please know that as you deepen your spiritual experience, you do not become more and more detached. The word is non-attached. Non-attached and detached are so different. Detached is not healthy nor natural. Non-attached is both natural and healthy when it comes to these things. We were talking earlier about healthy attachments. Non-attached means that your relationship with everyone stays the same. You could be completely non-attached but still have partners and a job and be engaged in humanitarian efforts and feel your feelings deeply. In fact, if you don't feel your feelings deeply, then that would be contrary to what the spiritual teachings inform us to be. Feel your feelings. Become one with them. Allow them. Don't resist them. It's actually kind of an irony, because the suffering from our emotions comes from resisting them rather than being engrossed in them. We don't allow ourselves to truly feel these things. If you really allow yourself these feelings, whether it be grief or fear or even anger, you truly accept that these are part of your experience. You cannot feel present unless you do that. And when you do that, it's this impossible feeling to describe, but I'll do my best. That there's a bliss of sadness. There's a bliss of fear. There's a bliss of anger. You don't lose yourself in these feelings. You accept them purely as a transformative experience like any other. You become grateful for them. There's enough room for them to be there. that you're grateful to have something to cry for, you know? There's just gratitude. If you're grieving the loss of a parent, you're so happy to have had a parent. That's the deeper meaning of your tears themselves. That if you really dive deep into any feeling, it's always from a most wonderful place. It's wonderful to cry. It's wonderful to have all of your expressions. All of that is allowed. Sazra, you share you lost your cat. You had half your life just before Christmas. The pain is awful. Cats are like family, as all pets are. And you're absolutely allowed to grieve. Feel that pain. Celebrate your dear cat's life. Hello, dear little moth. You share you feel sad today. How do you feel better? By being sad. Your question is perfect for our conversation thus far. You want to feel better? Feel sad. Put on the saddest song you can. Let yourself be sad. You'll feel better through the sadness. A great secret on life is that contentment, feeling of goodness, happiness is not an absence of other emotions. It simply is a natural consequence of being deeply present with whatever is happening for you. So if you can be deeply present with your sadness, happiness is allowed to be there too. Contentment, joy, you can experience that as you are sad. It doesn't have to look a certain way. It doesn't mean that you're sad, but you're trying to be happy. It doesn't mean that you try to keep a smile on your face or that you're laughing. You could be sobbing. You could be deeply depressed. But if you're really there for yourself in that moment, there's a certain kind of comfort that you give yourself in allowance. That comfort doesn't supersede the emotion, it doesn't replace it, it doesn't make the other feeling go away. It only adds to it. Just like the knowledge of being safe in the audience adds to the experience of watching a sad movie. It doesn't take away the sadness. It only assures you of your relationship to it. Absolutely, Sazra. A good cry helps. You can resonate with that, dear Irene. You are emotion friendly. The whole spectrum. I love that term, emotion friendly. That's good. Yeah. I think there's a fear that if we somehow accept our emotions, then that means inviting more of that in. Does somebody, you feel like that? That if you really accept your sadness, you're kind of scared of that idea, because wouldn't that mean that you're kind of manifesting more sadness? Good news. That is what men feel. A lot of men, I think, like myself, have felt like that. dear Rhiannon. Yeah. We repress our emotions because we don't want to invite more of them. It's a strange paradox, that is. They pass a lot more easily the more we accept them. Acceptance doesn't mean being controlled by them. It's actually the resistance to them that ultimately controls us. It's a beautiful time, dear Myrna. Nate, you had asked, what is my perception of the afterlife? I can tell you that if you really think you're going to die, and that could happen tonight, and you wake up tomorrow, that will be your afterlife. Same world, entirely different perspective. It's true. Anyone who's gone through a life or death situation, they feel like they've been given a new lease on life, that they have gone through it already, and now the rest of their life is their afterlife. Just by being highly conscious of your mortality almost allows it to be done with already. This can be your afterlife. I'm happy what I said about feelings and resistance to them making a lot of sense, dear Mama JJ. It's difficult to discern in the negativity between the resistance to the emotion and the emotion itself. It would be like, suppose, I'm thinking of ridiculous examples today, but suppose someone gave you, I don't know, something that made you throw up. I think there's medication that does that. Ipecac, I think is the name of one of them. Convulsants. Suppose someone put a convulsant in your favorite drink. Maybe it's orange juice. Someone put a convulsant. You take a sip, you go bleh. You throw up all the orange juice. You think, man, it must be terrible orange juice. I never want to drink this again. And so we develop this aversion towards orange juice. Now every time that orange juice is offered, we go, oh, no, I don't want that. Last time I had that, I threw up all over the place. What you didn't know is that it wasn't the orange juice. There's actually nothing wrong with the orange juice. There was something else there that didn't have to be there. In this case, the convulsant. Our feelings are like that too. Resistance is like the convulsant in the orange juice. Resistance in the sadness. You're allowed to drink from the cup of sadness, and you will be okay. As long as you take out the poison of resistance. Dear Spinoza, you ask, do I think our feelings and insecurities are controllable? That's a great question. The way you ask that question is very helpful, because there is a relationship between a sense of control and insecurity. In fact, if we dissect this further, you'll notice that most insecurities are there because of a lack of control for something. we're insecure about what other people think about our face, or we're insecure about whether or not we'll be good enough partners for someone, that they will like us for the things that we provide to them, for instance. So can we control our feelings and insecurities is incidentally kind of a manifestation of an insecurity itself. The solution, therefore, is not to control, but to accept. We accept that it's going to be natural for other people to look at our face and just see their enemy. And that's not our doing. That's not our fault. We are not to blame for other people's projections on us. Sometimes we just offer our love and it triggers another person's vulnerability and they get scared and they run away. You know, that's not our fault. We can't control that. We don't have to control that. It's not in our necessities. If we can understand that who we are meant to be is not defined by the versions that other people have in their minds, because those aren't us. Those are just other parts of their mind. You see, we come into contact with new people, either one of two things happen. Either we expand their worldview, or they try to fit us into their worldview. If they try to fit us into their worldview, that's their loss. Because our duty is to expand each other's worldviews. Actually, I should say our duty is to expand our own worldview. Let me put it in that sense. If they are not expanding their worldview to accommodate or include you, that's their loss, not yours. Likewise, some insecurities themselves are things that we can allow to be there. It's just a little quirk that some of us have. Some of us are just often thinking about certain parts of our experience and wondering about them. But that changes naturally as we get older. Insecurity is common among teenagers, adolescents, and less common as you get older. Most people just kind of grow out of them. You hit, I don't know, the age of whatever, and you just don't care anymore. That can happen earlier. If you age yourself, if you go through stages of emotional maturity in advance, then these things can happen sooner. Spend time with older people, wiser people. Make friends with people more experienced than you. They will rub off on you. Respect the elders. They can teach us so much. They've learned things so that we don't have to go through them too. As the saying goes, a smart person learns from their mistakes, but a wise person learns from others' mistakes. Oh, I see that person tripped up there. Okay, I'm not going to do that then. I see that thing didn't work out for that person. Let me make sure that I don't fall into the same trap myself. Thank you, dear Dob Darker, for the heartbeat. Om Som Somaya Namah. Dear Isabella, thank you for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. Hare Krishna. Dear Mo, you struggle with the idea of letting go completely. Things do matter. Can't be aloof about everything. I agree. Yeah. Whoever gave you that impression that you have to let go of everything, let go of that. Especially not all at once, anyhow. Nobody in the history of humanity ever said, okay, right now I'm going to let go of everything. Done. It doesn't happen that way anyway. So don't worry. In fact, no one even really tells themselves to let go of anything, and it just happens. If it does, it's beyond our doing. That's grace. It takes practice. That's wonderful, dear Aubrey. Nice to have you here, dear Saturnus. Dear Prime, you ask what to do with people who hang out with us and still don't want to learn from our mistakes. Well, that's your decision to keep them in your life, but out of your control whether they learn from yours. Our duty is not to point out flaws in others ever, but to look up to whatever is in them that we can learn from. It's a practical thing. You don't want to live life just looking for the things that other people are doing wrong, because it doesn't do much yourself to be aware of that. If you are looking for what other people have done right, that's a wonderful thing. The lessons that they have learned, all the things that they have succeeded at. Where's my background music? There it is. Then we constantly surround ourselves with opportunities to learn from each other, even if it's someone you hate. I don't care if you hate the person. You don't have to like them. If there's even one thing that you can learn from another person, that's for you. And every other, if 99 parts of this person you dislike, fine. You can withdraw yourself from that aspect of their life. But as much as I hate that guy, he's really committed to his job. I can learn from that. As terrible as this person is in other ways, I've tried that bread that he often brings to the guy. He's a great baker, I have to tell you. Terrible person. But he bakes good bread. I could learn from that. I could make some better bread. I've been interested in baking, All the other things, whatever, leave them to their own journey. But if there's even one thing that we can look up to in each other, that's for us to learn from. And of course, the inverse, it applies to ourself. Within ourselves, we look for things that we can grow in. If there's going to be fault finding, at least find faults in things that you can control, like our own behavior. Okay, this is an area of improvement in my life. I could be kinder, more patient. If you believe in yourself to change, and you have faith and trust in your ability to make that change happen, then you can be honest with yourself. You know what? I haven't been studying as much as I could. No problem. I feel that I can study a little more. Dear Elijah, you ask, is my house clean? Exactly. Before we judge the cleanliness of another's house, we ask, is my house clean? Thank you, dear Jen, for your hanging lights. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your septet of roses. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Tan Hao Yu. Oh, we've got two Jens here. I have to make sure I can distinguish you. Tan Hao Yu, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namah. Oh, I'm happy what I said about waves resonated with you, dear Valley Wings. Sorry, dear Mill, if I didn't see your comment, it's not intentional. If you think about how many people are here, how many thumbs are typing, it's often more than my own rate of speaking. Therefore, all combined, unfortunately, I might not be able to attend to all comments in a live stream, but there's also the fact that not all comments come through. Nothing on my end, but there are shadow filters that the app uses and doesn't even notify you, which is unfortunate. It might even look like on your end that your message came through. You can see it with all other messages, but actually it didn't show up on anyone else's screen. It's definitely something I think this app could choose better methods for. You know, at least say, hey, this message couldn't be sent. So I'm sorry, it does make things confusing at times. But if you rephrase your message, often it does come through. Seems to be random. I don't fully understand what gets filtered, what doesn't. Also, don't think this live stream is your only way of reaching out with me. In fact, my inboxes are always open on other platforms. Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram. You can message me. I go through all my messages for free. I love to be of help. If there's anything I can ever attend to, shoot me a message. Valley Wings, you ask, what are some parallels I can draw from software development and my spiritual knowledge? What a great question. Very kind of you to take an interest in my software development, which I have shared about. Well, there is, of course, the idea that if you have a bug in your code, if you don't know what a bug is in computer code, it's unintended behavior. Your program crashes for seemingly no reason, or it runs but it does something different than what you think it's supposed to do. It's often difficult to tell the computer exactly what you want to do. You don't even know what you want sometimes. So the computer is just following your instructions, but your own instructions don't match what you want. I find life is like that a lot. That, you know, we share our feelings with somebody. We have an intention that's, to us, very clear. And we feel like we've done everything right, and they misinterpret us. Sometimes it's just like the computer code. Actually, they're just following exactly what we said, and exactly what we said is sometimes not in tune with our own intentions and feelings behind them. Our words can sometimes not match our connotation. At least when it comes to how others match our words. Another parallel I can draw. When you do when you do finally patch that bug in the code, you might open up 100 more. And life is like that too. We solve one problem only to create 100 more. And that's okay. Because we are problem solvers by nature. We love to figure things out, attend to things, be of help. If we can really trust in that, then each challenge that opens up for us is proof of the infinitude of our learning journey. Thank you, dear Isabella, for the quartet of roses that you sent. Om Ashwini Bhyam Namah. Oh, good night, dear Donsuela. You remind me it's been a bit of a longer live stream. Dear Naughty Meme Vault, you share, after going to the deepest metaphysical secrets, your conclusion is that hedonism is the only thing. It's the only thing. I think your comment might need a part 2, if there's another part of that sentence that didn't come through. I won't make an assumption about how that sentence was going to end. Dear Saturnus, you share, your wonderful Uncle Joe is currently healing. If we would hold space for his health, of course. Absolutely. Yeah. Much love to your dear Uncle Joe. May there be many more wonderful moments with you together. Thank you for being here too, dear Haley. Your presence on this earth is important. Sazrar, you ask, what are my thoughts on psychic readers? I don't know. I've never really had a conversation with one, or if I have, it was usually about other things. There are people in my life that can read my mind, like my mother, sometimes. And it's very freeing because I know that I would never have to put any effort into hiding anything. There's a freedom of that vulnerability, for example. I know there's impersonators that claim to be Yamsox, and as Yamsox I will give you psychic readings, but that's not true. So do be aware that not everyone who has that title may have your best interest in mind, but they give a bad rep to all of the other people that genuinely use their siddhis, their spiritual abilities, for good. Siddhis are meant to be used selflessly, not for personal gain, but for bringing in more love and connection and understanding as tools for a higher purpose. They are not the goal itself. They're like something one earns in order to help them with an even higher level in their journey. Like, okay, you've unlocked the next tool, but don't feel like this tool is where the journey ends. That this is what your life is now. At some point, you will have to say goodbye to the tool too, as all things do. But for this moment in your life, how are you going to use this for good? To be of help selflessly. It's also a bit of a lesson. Can we pass the test? And the test is, can you use these things for good and not be attached to them? Dear Maria, you ask, what's my gift to you? If I have a gift for you, I hope that I can understand you, what you're going through, and that I can be an ear to listen, to value your experience. I wish to offer you my eyes to see you for who you are, my ears to hear your story, my heart to carry love, and may we have access to those things through the magic of the internet, for example, that my inboxes are always open and free. Inasya, thank you for your TikTok in 2025 too. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Valley Wings, dear Raven, thank you for your hand hearts. Om Pram Hanumate Namaha. Dear Mo, you share, it's hard to be so open, only to be shut down by closed-minded people. Hard not to be hurt by that. You're right. It is difficult. And I will definitely not tell you that that's easy. But we don't do things because they're easy. We do them because they're hard. There is a way to heal from our wounds, set boundaries with such people, and continue to open up with a certain grace. We can certainly make it easier for us, nonetheless. Because being open doesn't mean being open to hatred. It doesn't mean tolerating those who do not tolerate others. It does not mean being patient for those who do not have patience for others. It does not mean being inclusive to those who are not inclusive to others. That would be irresponsible, in fact. Maria, you ask, who's my teacher? I mean this with all sincerity, that you are my teacher. What I learned from you all has been some of the greatest lessons in my life. And it doesn't even come from, sitting down and having you teach me something. It's just the energy that you bring. Even the way that you express yourselves. It all allows me to expand in my awareness. You are all naturally expansive in your presence. That just by keeping you in my company, I learn so much. You don't even have to try. So I thank you for that. Beyond that, there is of course my family and friends in my life. I've learned so much from my father, my mother, my sister, even my two cats, Sandy and Shadow, and other cats in my life. From my teachers in elementary school, middle school, high school, university, and of course all sorts of internet personalities. In fact, it would be much easier to answer who isn't my teacher than it would be to answer. It'd be much quicker. The list is much shorter. That's wonderful, Phoenix. How are you feeling? So who isn't my teacher, asks Phoenix. I'll tell you all of them right now. Do you want to hear it again? You're feeling good? Pretty good? I'm happy to hear that. Alrighty, here is the list of people who are not my teacher. We have reached the end of the list. And the reason why that works is because, let me draw this. I was talking to Raven about this earlier. Here's a physics analogy, which I think you might appreciate. Let me make sure that you can see this. Yes, you can. Okay. Oh, you know what? What might help if I plugged in my drawing tablet. Boop doo da boop. Yep, that works easier. So here's a nice spiritual application of the wave-particle duality, which you might be familiar with, pardon me, in particle physics. How do you spell particle? Is it A-L or L-E? It's L-E. Particle. Thank you. So if we think that we're all equal, and we imagine ourselves to be more like particles, then how would it be possible to look up to everybody? If truly we're all equal, then there's nobody to look up to. But that's if we understand ourselves as just occupying one space. Instead, however, if you think about us as waves, then there's a part within all of us that can look up to another part within another, and vice versa. Between the same two people, they may look up to different parts within them. Because we are not just one point. We are a whole spectrum of experience. Though we are all equal in our experience, everyone has some part of their experience which is more expansive than another part of ours. Higher, so to speak. So it's possible for us all to learn something from each other. It's possible for everyone to look up to each other and not have any confliction there. Speaking of which, dear Raven, you appreciate seeing me make a mistake for once? Well, I look up to you and your ability to remember how to spell particle. Thank you for that, everyone. Thank Thank you, dear Raven, for your hand hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Starlight Wow, thank you for your trio of Tanas. Yippee! Oh, one more thing I wanted to add with this analogy, I think is just wonderful, is that maybe some of you are already thinking this. That even within a single wave, there's a part of you that could look up to another part of yourself. You can even be inspired by your higher self. You go, wow, those parts of me that are so wonderful that other parts of me can still learn from. That's what's so wonderful about our experience of life, is that we have a higher and a lower self. The higher self is wonderful because it's what allows us to bring in something new in the world around us. It's as our source. But the lower self is wonderful, and it's what allows us through humility to constantly be looking up to higher things. We can simultaneously recognize that we have something unique to offer this world, at the same time have humility that there's so much for us to continue to learn. Oh my goodness, G. Andy writes, I need a quantum mechanic to fix my car. G writes, is it a DeLorean? Oh my god. That's great. Thank you for that. Thank you, dear MJ, for your rose. Om Haum Jum So Namah Shivaya. You like the sound effects, dear Valley Wings? I have a couple. I often forget that they're there. Dear Saturnus, thank you for your heart. Me too. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dearest Val, you share you just got out of your surgery. It went well, and they were able to diagnose the issue. How wonderful. I'm so grateful that such has happened for you. That's a really good outcome. Thank you for sharing that. Best wishes on your continued healing journey. How are you feeling now? It's beautiful, Raven. Every time Om is sung in harmony, our new universe is created. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. There's a whole multiverse happening within you. Value share was only a little anesthetic, so a little loopy, but you're snacking on all the biscuits they gave you. I love that. I love a good biscuit. I was thinking about that the other day. Is that sometimes I like a good biscuit and a glass of water. Or just some crackers and water. You know, it doesn't have to taste like much. Something about some nice bread and water. I don't know, brings me nostalgia for my past lives, maybe. Beautiful, dear Raven. Alright, I would like to begin to wrap up our live stream over the next, let's say, half an hour or so. But there's 3 segments we have to go through, so don't think the fun has yet to end. For instance, hello. It's time for another episode of Rumi Doomy 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 Ruminations. Let's listen to some mystical poetry from the Sufi Rumi. And this time, our beloved Rumi enthusiast, G to infinity, is awake. Let's continue where we left off in ghazals. This poem's called Love is a Stranger. Heart came on solid footing with breath refined to warn the best of communities. Heart placed your head like a pen on the page of love. We are joyous pennants in your just wind. Master, to where do you dance? Toward the land of liberation, toward the plane of non-existence. Master, tell us which non-existence you mean. The ear of eternity knows the letter of eternity. Love is a stranger with a strange language. Like an Arab in Persia, I have brought a story. It is strange, like the one who tells it. Listen to your servant. Joseph's face enlightened the well in which he hung. His imprisonment became a palace, with orchards and meadows, a paradise, a royal hall, and a chamber of sanctity. Just as you toss a stone into the water at that very moment parts to receive it. Just as a cloudy night is dispelled by a clear dawn, from this humiliation and loss we view high heaven. Reason, do not envy my mouth. God witnesses the blessings. Though the tree drinks from hidden roots, we see the display of its branches. Whatever the earth took from heaven, it yields up honestly in spring. Whether you have stolen a bead or a jewel, whether you have raised a flag or a pen, the night is gone and the day has arrived, and the sleeper shall see what they have dreamed. Thank you for listening. That was Love is a Stranger by Rumi. This has been another episode of Ruminations. We need a little intro and outro. Like a soundtrack. A theme song. Sleeper will see what they have dreamed. I'd like that. Let's try transition back into to a Rumi rap. I wonder if any of these poems could be rapped. I'd need a beat, of course. Wait for it. This is my attempt at rapping a poem by Rumi. A random one, mind you. There's no poem on this page. Only number 3, selections from the Matnawi, Kabir and Kamil Haminsky translated. Next page, we'll go on to now. Song of the Reed, here we go. Alright, listen to the reed and the tale it tells, how it sings of separation. Ever since they cut me from the reed bed, my wail has caused men and women to weep. I want a heart torn open with longing to share pain of this love. Whoever has parted from this source longs to return to that state of union. At every gathering I play my lament. I'm a friend to both happy and the sad. Each befriended me for his own reasons, yet none searched out the secrets I contained. My secret is not different from my lament, yet this is not for the sense to perceive. The body is not hidden from the soul, nor the soul hidden from the body. Yet the soul is not for everyone to see. Alright. We'll pause there. That was fun. Thank you for that challenge, dear Raven. I think there's prospect. Yeah. There's something there. I think if you really spent some time with it, you probably could rap Rumi. Oh, that's great, Magdalene. Like Rumi on the mic, Yam is tuned to the divine. Anyway, switching scenes, the second segment we have... Oh, I'm flying away! I didn't mean to do that. I'm back. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know if it updates, but I accidentally moved myself over here. Hi! The next segment I wanted to go through is the question of the day. If you had an answer to this question, I would love to hear. Today I'm wondering, how can one heal their heart? There is no right answer that I'm looking for. Nor is there necessarily a wrong answer, but don't take that as a challenge. Although funny answers are always allowed, of course. Rumi is an OG, that's for sure. Dear Mama JJ, you shared that you never guessed in a million years one day you'd hear someone rap to Rumi. That day has arisen. Alright, some answers to our question of the day. How can one heal their heart? It's an important question because our heart is so vulnerable. Very tender. Sazrao, you share being with nature. 100%. In fact, we need more percents. 110%. In fact, 111 maybe. Yeah. Time will certainly help. You are right, Saturnus. There's an innate healing part of the heart if you just give it time. For sure. Time and space. Hridaya Kasha, space of the heart. But there's also Hridaya Kala, the time of the heart. Anna, you share giving yourself space. Yeah. Healing definitely requires space to heal. Dearest G, you write, it's counterintuitive perhaps, but love, even more. Direct your love to areas that need it. Yeah. When the heart is broken, it is often not a result of too much love, but love that could have been directed in other ways. So, continue to engage that love directed to the places that need them most. Dear Sazra, you share a good sewing kit can work too. What would be the sewing kit for the heart? What would be the needle and thread? I'm asking you, poets. That's right, dear Raven. Hridaya is Sanskrit for heart. In fact, some people have heard of the Heart Sutra in Buddhism. The name for that sutra in Sanskrit is the Hridaya Sutra, the Heart Sutra. I think the word heart in English even comes from the hrid, the first syllable of Hridaya. Hridaya, hrid, heart. At the very least, they're cognates. With a little help from my friend, shares the Chaos Pixie. Yeah. Friends are great at help healing the heart. Rio, you share with acceptance and appreciation. Tadastu. All right. Poets have poetized. When it comes to the needle and thread for our heart, they could be our family and friends. Yes, I like that, Sazrar. Dear Usha Priyaji, you share, you do not know. You're in the process for a very long time. And wisdom, where are you? Your vulnerability is so healing. You have answered the question in your absence of an answer. Tattvamasi, you share, by delving, that's a good word, delving into the heart for answers, and not so much into the me and the my. Yeah. Dearest Magdalene Priya, you share, surrender yourself to support. Oh, how beautiful that is. Surrender, but not to one's enemies, to one's friends, family, and sources of love. YLY, you share through creativity, through connection. It's beautiful. Valley Wings, you share, the thread is what nourishes the soul, and the needle is our will to give us that nourishment. That's powerful. And so, if we can thread nourishment through the eye of the needle of our willpower, then we can suture up our heart's wounds. dear void. Dwelving sounds a lot better than drowning, especially when it comes to the heart. Good thing is that you can never drown in love because it's oxygenated. Your heart, literally. That's its purpose, in fact. Yeah, consent is important, dear Raven. Mama always taught me to ask for consent for even the little things. May I hold your hand? May I sit next to you? For example, Sadness, you share. The more love you give, the more you have. So more love. I love that. That's a good one too, Sasra. May I compliment you? Yeah. Unwarranted compliments. Ugh. They can be worse than even being insulted sometimes. Thank you for asking, dear Raven. Oh, I'm honored that anything I share may be worth celebrating. But let's celebrate that aspect within each other rather than within any one of us in particular. Dear Myrna, you share time is the best healer. It's so funny because Kali means time, and Kali is often used in Sanskrit in reference to destruction because time is ultimately what brings ends. So it's so good of you to point out the complement of that. Yeah, time has the ability to bring things to their ends, but that includes our worries, our problems, our pain. Like the Divine Mother, she brings an end to our suffering just through time. And forgiveness. Forgiveness is so important for healing the heart. You're right, dear Tatwamasi. Thank you, dear Sazrar, for your tiny. Yahoo! I like that, dear Raven. Heal the heart with kintsugi. Fill the cracks with gold. I like that. Yes. Thank you for exploring this question of the day with me, everyone. Even just exploring this question is so healing. Just by creating that intention for being open, curious, explorative to healing. That is such a healing thing to do. Dear Marky, you ask, why are compliments sometimes worse than insults? Because they make us feel unseen when people point out something that might be superficial to us. If people are so engrossed in just one aspect of us that it leaves the rest of us often feeling unnoticed, unseen. You know, people might always say, oh, I really like your shoes, I really like your clothes. But imagine that's all you ever got. Every time someone comes up to you, they just compliment those two things. And you go, well, you know what, there's a person behind the clothes, behind the shoes. There's so much more about me than just my shoes and my clothes. Come on. Just an example. Dear taking so long, Sanfolina, you ask, how many genders are there? Just one. Just one. That comes in so many different forms. Yeah. That one has infinite ways of expressing itself. The human gender. Even then, the gender of life. Dear Sansra, you ask without sounding ignorant, what is kintsugi? I believe it's the process that, I can't remember what part of the East, China or Japan, maybe both or neither. When a pot breaks, instead of lamenting over the broken pot, you use the pieces and put them together, and any cracks you fill in with gold. You line with something very precious, usually gold. The idea is that using gold to fill in cracks reminds us that when things break, we can see the light shining through them. Likewise, we are not broken individuals. We are individuals that have so many openings, and through those openings there's something just as treasured like gold, something just as bright, reflective, luminous light. Real G, you have some wonderful answers tagging on to our question of the day. Love the enemy within. Forgive, exercise, water, walking, eating, meditating, sleeping, deep breaths. Yeah, that's beautiful, dear Sazra. That's how you often feel when people compliment your appearance. You can't control that. It's who you are inside that matters. Indeed. Yeah, I like that, Marquis. You can't compliment what you don't know. You put an effort to find out. Yeah. What a compliment it is to get to know somebody. If they are open to that, of course. If they want to be known. That's such a great, that there's something worth getting to know about you. Dear Raven, you feel kind of embarrassed for complimenting me so much. Oh, don't worry. This discussion is not in reference to what any of you have said about me. I didn't even think about that. If for whatever reason that connection was made for you, don't worry. Thank you, dear Kali, for your heart me. Nice to see you. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? And for your heart me, I say, Om Yam Hridaya Kashaya Namah. Always happy to affirm, dear Raven. It's good for you to ask. Yeah. If anyone ever has concerns with what I say, please always raise your voice and be heard. It's important to me that your feelings are understood and validated. If I ever say anything that causes discomfort, it must mean that I said it wrong. I'm always happy to rephrase. Yeah, me too. I know so many other streams often get just bombarded by trolls, but we often are left alone here. Incredible. I'm very grateful. We still get some, but it wouldn't be the internet without that. I'd be really suspicious if that were the case. In fact, I'd be kind of disappointed. I'd be like, what? Huh? It helps keep my ego in check. Oh, thank you for reminding me for the water sip. We're running low on water. Maybe Sazwarar. Yeah. I often, in perhaps my naivety, I don't really realize that some people are trolling. And I just give them love regardless. So, this has been a most wonderful session. Thank you for participating, everyone. I would like to end the live stream with a Nididhyasana section, which is dedicated to meditation. Let me transition scenes here. But just as a recap, I encourage authentic self-expression. May everyone's feelings be validated, especially if they're uncomfortable. If there's anything in this community that doesn't feel right, I want that to be public, never hidden or swept under the rug or any way. May we embrace our challenges as growth opportunities. Dear calm Damon, you ask, what religion do I follow? What I follow is the scent of love, which, with a trained enough nose, spiritual nose, can be smelt steaming out of the pores of all the world's religions and many things that are beyond religion too. Like a trained dog, I sniff out the sense of love and let it take me wherever it goes. Thank you, dear Raven, for your 10 roses. Om Namo Maya Shakdaye. Let's end with a nice guided meditation. Tonight's guided meditation is on how to do your taxes. No, I'm just kidding. Tonight's guided meditation is on a body scan. Very simple. Specifically, one that gets one familiar with the prana, the energy of the body. So if you're interested, if you have a couple minutes to spare and you're watching this and are interested, find a position that's comfortable for you. Comfortable but sturdy. Sturdy but comfortable. What that looks like for one person may be different for another. Whatever works for you. And find your natural breathing pattern that makes sense for you in this moment. Drop your shoulders, unclench your jaw, let go of any tension in your abdomen, Feel muscles in your neck and traps open up. If you don't need to put on a face, no need to hold your facial muscles in any way. Relax your eyes, drop your cheeks, but keep a little smile on your lips. Always good to meditate with a little smile. As we breathe, I want you to pay attention to the feeling of expansion and contraction. On the inhale, there is an expansion. On the exhale, there is a contraction. Arising and a falling. Notice how it doesn't apply just to your lungs. You may feel your tummy rising and falling. Tummy breaths. You may feel your whole chest get a little bigger and your shoulders rise and drop. In fact, if you pay close enough attention to the play of the expansion and contraction, there's a sensation that's not just physical. Expansion and contraction, but fills your whole body. You may feel it in your hips as you breathe in and out. You may feel it in your thighs. You may feel it in your legs. You may feel it down your arms. You may feel it in your neck. You may feel it in your head. In fact, you might even begin to sense an expansion and contraction that even goes a little outside the body, as though your awareness permeated a small region of air above your skin. When we meditate on breath, what is being translated from the yoga scriptures are terms like prana, which can refer to your physical breath, but more so to just this subtle feeling of expansion and contraction that pervades your whole experience. That is your spiritual breath, your prana. So I want you to notice how each part of your body, not just your physical body, but your subtle body that extends 12 fingers past the limits of your physical body, it expands and contracts. And there's all sorts of layers to that. Not necessarily at the same speed, rhythm as your physical breath. You might notice larger cycles that take place over many breaths. And you may notice many cycles that make up each breath. This is the vibration of your subtle body. And all it really is just your awareness. As it flows, as it concentrates on one area and then distributes from another. The vibrations can get very subtle. You may feel tingling sensations in the very cells of your body. You can feel ripple effects up and down your spine, throughout your nervous system, along the nadis, the rivers that host the current of your own sensation. You may feel waves pass through you, reverberate within you from the top of your head all the way down to the tip of your toes and back up again. And just like how there is an analogy between sound and sight, things being brighter is like things getting louder. Things getting dimmer is like things getting quieter. Color is analogous to pitch. So too, you'll notice bright spots of your awareness, so to speak. These are places that your awareness tends to concentrate. Just like when light concentrates, in some places we call them bright spots or lights. Awareness can often find itself in little loops. You know this very well. When your mind gets caught in listening to a chorus of your favorite song again and again, that's an example of a pranic loop. Or when you play the same conversation in your head that you had with someone again and again, and it has a purpose. Feel them in your body. When prana concentrates in this way, it slowly transforms that region. These little circles or cycles, both of those words in English, circles and cycles, they come from the ancient Greek Ciklos, something like that. The word through etymology, there are people saying this word over thousands of years became the word cycle and circle. The ancient Greeks got that from the Sanskrit word chakra. So chakra means little circles or loops, and when applied to the awareness in the body, refers to those energy points. You might have heard it pronounced chakra, but properly it's pronounced chakra. There are innumerable little loops of awareness all throughout the body and nervous system. There are some that are bigger than others. You know, like we have a loop of energy in our heart. We feel so much awareness there. Notice that. So much of what we go through, our awareness channels it through our heart, and we feel the heart kind of light up. When we are filled with love or even fear, heartbreak, we direct our awareness through little loops in our heart space. That's called the heart center, or in Sanskrit, the Anahata chakra. We tend to think with our brain, but our nervous system contains our whole body. We do a lot of thinking throughout the whole of the body. Just not always rational, logical words. When it's in other places of the body, it's more feelings. As you explore the space of this prana, observe all of these little centers, these circles, these cycles of awareness. And notice how they pick up different feelings depending on where they are. If you bring your attention to the little loops at the top of your head, it's very opening, very profound. You know, we say that's where a light bulb goes off and we have an idea, we have access to so much up there. When we're really angry, we can feel these loops in our eyes. There's all sorts of stuff happening there, especially between them. Between our eyebrows, we can feel like there's almost a laser that comes out from there when we're really angry or when we're really alert. In the back of the head, where your cowlick is, if you have one, you notice there's a sensation of being nourished, nourishment, spiritual nourishment. In our throat, we often restrict ourselves. We feel choked up, but it's also a place of song, a place of communication. It is quite literally a bottleneck. Well, it's quite literally a neck. The bottle is our body. As we go through these little centers, imagine giving them the momentum they need to spin up and light up freely. Allow your own prana, your own awareness to pass through them. We talked about how there's so much love and fear that we feel with our heart. And we go lower into our navel center. There you feel a lot of confidence, courage, independence. And below our navel, we have something that often doesn't get the credit it's due. Something that has the power to create extraordinary experiences, but is often taken advantage of or not used for higher purposes. The sacrum. There's a lot of creativity there. And of course, at the base of our spine, we feel grounded. Like when we sit on something, having that firm foundation there holds us up. These are just some of innumerable cycles that exist within our whole body, both inside and out. Imagine switching on all the lights, feeling all of these pranic centers light up, and all the little highways between them delivering your energy. Flush your body with sensation, as if you were turning on each cell in your being. Let that energy flow. Let it flow from the crown of your head, down the sides, over your ears, in your ears, out of your ears, through the center of your head, down the back, around and through your eyes and nose and cheeks and lips and chin, jaw, your temple, through your throat, neck, Adam's apple, collarbone, shoulders, forearms, elbows, wrists, palms, each finger, thumbs, indexes, middles, rings, pinkies, down your chest, down your back, down your sides, down your spine, through all of the organs, your tummy, its stomach, your waist, your hips, your glutes, your thighs, the organs of excretion and procreation, your knees, your shins, your ankles, the balls of your heels, the soles of your feet, each toe from your big toe, pointer toe, middle toe, ring toe, pinky toe. As if you are distributing current throughout your whole body, let it homogenize, reverberate, and just let it flow. You might feel temporary tremors or twitching as some places get released that haven't had in maybe years. You might for the first time notice that you have sensation in this part that you never really felt before. Feel every part of your being just as one. Feel your own presence. And use your physical breath as your guide to that. Each expansion, bringing in the new. Each contraction, releasing the old. Spiritualizing the quality that you feel in this system as fresh, ever new, pure, clean. There are modes of energies in this body that haven't been activated for thousands of years. Let the gears begin to turn again. Let the voltage increase, and the current flow, and the resistance drop. And know that at this moment you are not meditating alone. You have the energy field of so many others to uplift with. Feel that communion with all the meditators in the world right now. You are in that space together. Imagine vibrating your subtle body, your energy body, in such a way that just says hello. Let your vibration be your hello. Most people translate Om as cosmic syllable, or creation, preservation, destruction, or ultimate reality. But you can translate Om as hello. Why was the sound Om heard at the beginning of time? It's so the source could say, hello. And with that, if you have your eyes closed, you can rub your hands together until they're warm. And cover your eyes, warm them up, gently, gently rub. I emphasize the gentleness of your eyes. And blink a few times. And open. Namaste, and thank you for meditating with me. That concludes our meditation, and with that our Sangha. Welcome those who joined while we were meditating. And thank you, Vagabond, for the quartet of roses you had sent. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Ron, thank you for your heart me too. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Andre, thank you for your 2025. Aghorebhyo. Om Aghorebhyo Taghorebhyo Aghora Gore Tharebhyam Sarvatash Sarva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Rupebhyam. Tattvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Haum Jum So Namah Shivaya. Inevitable, thank you for your heart me. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namah. And dear Usha Priyaji, thank you for your dozen roses. Om Ishan Sarva Vidyanam Ishvar Sarva Bhutanam Brahma Dipati Brahmano Dhipatir Brahma Shivo Me Astu Me Sada Shivo Shiva Om. Was it a mini Yamathon? I guess it was. We've almost reached the 5-hour mark. I definitely didn't intend on that. Sorry if I've kept anyone from sleep or other responsibilities. Now I leave you all to really make sure that you do that. Thank you everyone for being here. If there's anything I can do to make this space more inclusive next time, please let me know. I hope to be held accountable and made humble by you. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asato Ma Satgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om, lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. Om, may there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Thank you, Anazek, for your finger heart too. Rama Rama. Oh, I thank you for being here. Dear Gina, Gina, Gina. Good night and God bless us all. Spoken like Tiny Tim. I echo what dearest G writes. Thank you, dearest Sangis, for sharing your loving light here. Only because I was online for so long you were able to join today. Well, it was meant to be then, because you're certainly meant to be. Thank you. May we all continue to offer our own light to others, respecting their space, embracing our peace within. I'm grateful for our connections. Let's close tonight and let tranquility resonate forth. Do know that this live stream will be uploaded to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel in case you ever want to watch a part that you missed or just spend time in the Sangha, even atemporally. There's many people watching now from the future. Hi. So you can feel with us. I also clip out the meditations in case you ever want a playlist to meditate. There's like hundreds of meditations in there now. And you can pick and choose whichever you like. And the readings that we do have their own playlist, so you never have to be there. You can skip school, the syllabus, it will be online. You can catch up on the readings. And in case you didn't know already, but I wrote a program that takes the transcript out and chapters it. So in the description, there's timestamps to every subject that we go through. So if you feel like you wouldn't want to navigate through just an hour-long, multi-hour-long video trying to find a certain part, it's all there in the description, automatically. Dearest G would like for me to please clip the Rumi Rap. Well, I'd have to do that in post, as generally with the little clips we do, I click a recording button, so I don't have to do it later. Maybe we can ask Sky Guardian to do that. Or if anyone recorded that, they're welcome to send me the clip of that. Otherwise, it could be a little Easter egg for anyone to stumble on. Dear Hybrid Jen, you did laundry and read important directions for genetic tests while listening to me. My goodness. Well, I hope you were paying attention to your genetic test instructions. More than you were me. That sounds very important. But I like that you all, are doing your own things while listening. Fun to think about all the little activities that we're doing together. You were buying something from China, shares Mirna. That's fun. Mm-hmm. For 2 hours now. Oh, you're on a mission. Dear Riri, you were asleep dreaming and then woke up and joined for the meditation. Yeah, that seems to happen. That's allowed, of course. Just on time. You went from the meditation of sleep to the meditation of our Sangha. And I'm glad you all could be productive while being here. I am now going to attend to my body. Give a little burger to this body. This body loves a little burger here. Okay, it's bigger than a little burger. It's a medium burger. But it's vegetarian. I will bid you adieu. May you all have a wonderful rest of your night, your afternoon, your evening, your morning, whatever time it is for you. May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.